Fourth and final day of competition at the 2021 Legends Championship in beautiful San Diego, California. Drink it in, it always goes down smooth. Thanks for joining us, everybody, here. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto and Bill Grundler as we wrap up competition and what has been a very fun event here for the Masters community. What has stood out to you both the most over the last 3 days that we've been here?
Well, one of the things that I have been blown away by is the hospitality by all the Masters athletes. They have been absolutely gushing us with thanks for being here, and which really makes me feel really good inside. So thank you guys, all you Masters out there for sure. But the other thing is that the ferocious competition between these athletes. We have some very close battles and some dominating athletes out here. So the competition's been insane.
Well, and one of those dominating athletes that I was so excited to see back in competition is Val Vobrel, and she has not let down this weekend. She has 4 event wins. She only has 1 event finish outside of top 5, and the whole time she's just smiling and looks very calm and collected, and it's just been really fun to see Val out on the competition floor.
Well, let's show you where we stand as far as all the divisions are concerned here. We'll go through the leaderboards, and we will start with the 35 to 39-year-old division for the men, where David Syvertson is running away with that competition, but there's still a good battle going on for spots 2 through 4. John Hasdevac, Michael Walsh, and then Gavin Burkett tied with Walsh in points, but Walsh has the tiebreak. On the men's side of things, what has stood out to you the most?
Well, David Johnson is a beast, and even though he's only had like 2 mess-ups with a 16th and a 15th place overall, everything else has been under that 5th place finish. So he has just been absolutely dominating. And last night we saw not just strength, but intelligence, the way he gamed that lifting event.
We'll go over to the 40 to 44-year-old division for the men and the women. We apologize for not showing you the leaderboard for the 35 to 39-year-old women, but on the 40 to 44-year-old side, Bill, you just showed David Johnson. We did show you those leaderboards. Sorry for that. David Johnson is in first place, but not by much. Austin Medford was able to cut into his lead yesterday. Brigham Abbott sits in third. Vlad Liashkevich has an outside chance, if he gets some help, to catch Brigham Abbott for third place. On the women's side of things, it is Val Vobrel, who is the only woman above 800 points. She is very solidly in first place. Amanda Cummins and Sarah Blunk fighting for second and third, and Rebecca Thompson is going to need to get some help to get into that fight for the top 3. In these divisions, what has stood out to you the most?
Well, again, it's got to be Val Vobrel. You know, we talked about that event 8 being kind of damage control for her. What does she take? 5th place in the event. This was a strength event against a lot of really strong ladies, and she finishes 5th. So super impressive. I can't wait to see how she closes out the competition. We'll
go over to the 45 to 49-year-old divisions right now, and both of these divisions are stacked with talent. Jason Grubb has an 80-point lead on Jeremiah Head, who sits in second place. Mike Kern is in third with 704 points. Those 3 athletes, the only ones above 700 points. Chris Uruaga is going to have to get some help to get into a spot in the top 3 over these final 2 events. On the women's side, Jessica Manfro with 760 points. Jen Dieter sits behind her, and then Jen Botcher, Taya Gebbe, and Regina Lagrasso in spots 3 through 5. So as we get set to watch these women and men compete, what will be the storyline that you'll be watching the closest here?
Well, you know, Sean, I think those top 3 men in the 45 to 49-year-old are pretty much set, but only 14 points separate Head and Kern. And with a 2-part event, really second and third could go to either of those gentlemen. So I can't wait to watch this race. Who's going to get silver? Who's going to get bronze?
Over to the 50 to 54-year-old divisions. Your overall standings coming into the final 2 events. Matt Chia and Wes Schneider separated by just 4 points on top of the overall leaderboard. That will be a fun race to watch. Logan Clark currently occupies the final spot on the podium, and then Jake Taylor and Dave Rempel tied at 656 points. Over on the women's side, it's Keely Ellers who has the top spot. She took that spot yesterday in the final two events. Carrie Sandoval sits in second, and it's Cindy Hinkle who is in third. 66 points separating first from third. But that battle on the men's side is really going to be a blast to watch here on the final day.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Matt Shea and Wes Schneider only being separated by 4 points, there's a lot that can happen with 2 events to go here. And both these athletes have been very similar. So we have Matt's had 3 top 5 finishes and 3 wins, but Wes has been consistently in the top 10 in every single event. So these last 2 events are going to be really exciting for that finish.
Let's take a look at the 55 to 59-year-old divisions. As we check out the overall standings coming into the final day, there are 2 events left here today, events 10 and 11, and they will be back-to-back challenges. The standings for the men, Gregory Wheat, who has been pretty much entrenched in first place for the majority of this competition, has 682 points. Lemerson Caporelli sits in second, but he is only 8 points up on Michael DePlaga. Rick Dunham also has a chance of getting inside the top 3. On the women's side, it's Shanna Bunce who has the lead at 702 points. Christy Lunny is just 6 points up on Rose Wall for second place. But 28 points separate Shanna Bunce from Rose Wall in third. That'll be a good battle to watch today.
Definitely, and you know, Shanna really seems to have this locked up, but the only event that she has that's kind of a bad finish is 20th, and that was in the ring muscle up event. What do we have in this final event? Bar muscle up. So it's still kind of anybody's game in that division.
To the 60 to 64-year-old division, overall standings for the men, Tony Tursky with just a 2-point cushion over John Crow, and Matt Bell is in third place by just 14 points. Bill Johnson at 622 also has a chance of climbing his way up the leaderboard. On the women's side of things, it's Patty McGill who is on top of the overall leaderboard, 768 points. She's been pretty dominant this entire competition. Debbie Corwin sits in second, and then it's Denise Moore with 648 points who sits in third. But McGill has been really impressive so far.
You know, McGill has been great, and she is a powerhouse for sure, but I think the story is going to be Tony Tursky and John Crow. 2-point separation between the 2 athletes, and they are very different.
Yeah.
So the final 2 events that we have, I think, honestly, each of them are going to take one of those wins, but by how much is what's going to determine who our winner is for the weekend.
We finally go to the 65-plus division, where it's Tom Mulbauer, who has a 10-point lead over David Hippensteel. The 2 of them have been going back and forth in the events over the last 3 days. Rodrigo Dominguez, who has hit a lot of home runs here, sits in third with 710 points. He's just 24 points out of first place. So the battle for the podium between those 3 men, we'll just have to see where they wind up when it's all said and done. On the women's side, Mary Schwing, the only athlete in this competition who has been perfect. She has won every single event, a perfect 800 out of a total 800 points. I mean, it's been her and it's been everybody else in that division.
Right, and no surprise, I mean, from such a games veteran. But again, very impressive to have 800 of 800 possible points. I think really the exciting side of this race is between Mulbauer and Hippensteel. You know, only 10 points separate these 2 athletes. Tom Mulbauer, who's currently in first place, and 9-time games vet Dave Hippensteel. So this will be a race to the finish.
Events 10 and 11 are back-to-back challenges, and they're going to feature a new implement that a lot of these athletes have never seen. It's the Tsunami bag. It is from RX Smart Gear, and earlier this morning I was able to talk to Dave Newman from RX Smart Gear about that implement. Dave, in the final event here of the Legends Championship, we have the Tsunami bag. It's a new piece of equipment. What makes it so unique?
You know what's really funny is that it's new to us. It's actually an old school piece of equipment. It's kind of like a slosh pipe. It's shaped like a water bag or a sand bag, but it's filled with water, and it's the instability of the water moving around. This is not something we created. It's been out and around. I think a lot of CrossFitters have forgotten about it. And you know, we brought it back out and said, this is a really fun thing that we forgot is a great training tool. So so we brought him back out, and we're excited to highlight him here.
How did you decide that, yeah, we should throw this into the competition?
So great story. I'm down here walking the site with Bob and Joe, the organizers, and you know, I just threw it out there just on a whim. It kind of came to me. I go, you know, we have this product that we haven't released yet, and it might be kind of fun to throw it in. And you know, Joe said, all the workouts are programmed already. We're pretty set. We're not going to make any last minute changes. And I said, come on, guys. We know how that really goes. Last minute changes all the time. And so I explained what it was, and they kind of, thought, that's interesting. So I didn't risk it. The next day, I drove up, dropped off a couple, and they played with it, and they said, this is it. It's in. This is going to be fun. So, yeah.
After all the work that the athletes have to do in event 11, bar muscle ups and thrusters, what's going to be the key for them to be able to move that thing effectively?
Yeah, absolutely. I think watching these Masters athletes, these men and women all weekend, they're phenomenal. Oh my gosh, talk about amazing athletes. They're gonna figure it out pretty fast. It'll be neat at the beginning to see the learning curve, but it's not crazy heavy, so it's not gonna pound them into the ground. It's gonna actually create, I think, a nice foot race really for the end. So it'll be fun to watch.
You mentioned that this is something that we've sort of forgotten about. Why do you think it's important for everybody, specifically Masters athletes, to train with these types of pieces of equipment?
Yeah, I think any modality that just gets you to really express your fitness and find out, what can make you better is great. And something like this is such a simple tool that, you can dump all the water out of it and roll it up real small and compact. You could take it with you on a trip. So there's cool features like that you can just have things with you. But, this just really trains the core, right? It works the instability and try and get those stabilizers activated and, keeps us all healthy and young like these animals out here, right?
Dave, thank you so much for coming up with this diabolical piece of equipment. I'm not sure that the athletes will feel the same way I feel about wanting to watch it, but definitely looking forward to seeing what's going down in Event 11 with the Tsunami bag.
Hey, thanks for having me on here. It's super fun.
Dave, in the final event,
we're really
here
looking
of the
forward to
Legends
seeing how the
Championship,
athletes deal
the
with this
Tsunami
new
bag.
implement,
It's a
and
new
we're
piece
going
of
to see that
equipment. What
happen
makes it
here
so unique? In just a
You
second,
know what's really
the
funny
60
is that
to 64-year-old
it's new
athletes
to
are
us.
set
It's
to take
actually
the
an
floor in
old
events
school
10 and
piece of
11,
equipment. It's kind
and
of like a
today
slosh
the
pipe.
men and the women
It's
in those
shaped like
divisions will be competing together. Events 10 and events 11 are back-to-back challenges. We're going to start with Go F Yourself San Diego is the name of the event. From 0 minutes to 1 minute and 30 seconds, there's a thruster ladder. 4, 3, 2, and 1. The weight will get heavy. They'll take a 90-second break, then an 8-minute time cap on event 11. Bar muscle ups, thrusters, and then that odd object lunge with the Tsunami bag. The weight will change as we work our way through the divisions. 11 total minutes, and these events will be scored separately. As we said, the 60 to 64-year-old division is up first. We will be back at about 8:45 with the 55 to 59-year-old men. You will be able to watch all the action here, but Bill, really fast here, what are the keys of this event?
Well, first of all, with those thrusters, it's about grip and rip. You got to get going. It's a race for sure. But the other two are going to be, you have to make it count because it comes down to those bar muscle-ups if you have it. And with that brand new implement, you got to be able to adapt.
We mentioned that we will be back with you for the 55 to 59-year-old second heat. That will be at about 8:45 Pacific. And then starting at 12:15, we will have all the final heats for all the divisions back to back to back. So enjoy our coverage here on the final day of the 2021 Legends Championship.
1, go! 10 seconds. And the things are in my hands. Three, two, one, go!
The final day of competition continues here at the 2021 Legends Championship in San Diego, California. Sean Woodland with Andy Sakamoto and Bill Grundler as we are working our way through the preliminary heats of the final two events. Second of three heats of the 50 to 54-year-olds is up first. Men and women on the floor at the same time. These are your overall standings coming into this event. For the men, Matt Chia with a 4-point lead over Wes Schneider. They are the only two men above the 700-point mark. On the women's side, overall standings with two events remaining, Keely Ellers stormed to the top of the overall leaderboard yesterday, 766 points, 18 points up on Carrie Sandoval. Cindy Hinkle trying to hold on to that third and final spot on the podium. The overall leaders will be on the floor later in the day. We will have all the final heats back to back to back, starting at around 12:15 Pacific time. This is the second of the three heats for the 50 to 54-year-olds. It's going to be back-to-back events. Again, men and women on the floor at the same time. We're going to have the quick thruster ladder, 4, 3, 2, and 1 repetitions for the ladder. Then a quick break, and then the Metcon portion, the final event. 3 rounds of bar muscle-ups, thrusters, and then that 50-foot odd object front lunge. There are only 3 barbells on the floor, so the thruster ladder has been modified just a bit. It is going to be 5, 4, and 3 repetitions on those weights.
Athletes, again, you will go my hands up. That's me. Eyes on me. If you fall start, I was charged to the field.
With the men and women on the floor at the same time, the male athletes in these age groups will always occupy lanes 1 through 10. The female athletes will be in lanes 11 through 20. Top seeds in the heat as far as the overall standings are concerned, will be in the middle lanes. So the higher you are on the overall leaderboard, the more close to the middle you will be.
10 seconds. Watch my hand drop, please. 5, 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway in the quick thruster ladder. 5 reps on the opening barbell for this age group, 85 pounds for the men, 55 pounds for the women. Then it's on to the 125 barbell for the men, 85 for the women, 175, and then 115 for the women.
Tight race on the floor so far, Sean, but I really think it's going to come down to that final heavy barbell, and that's going to be the separator for all of these men and women.
Heidi Clem Pfizer in lane number 11 in the white top. She is your leader for the women right now. She has 2 reps remaining. But in lane 14, Nancy Vanacore comes across the finish line first. Clem Pfizer trying to lock that one out, can't get it. We've already had a couple male athletes finish.
All kinds of guys come in. Our winner in this heat was Kevin Menifee at 38 seconds, and Pete Paskey right after him at about 34 unofficial.
And it looks like we've had only one other lady finish. This 115-pound barbell, Sean, is just brutal for these ladies.
Heidi Clem Pfizer, who was your leader early on, she's on the left side of your screen, has just not been able to finish that final rep. Now Maria Fudala is in. Clem Pfizer trying to lock out this final rep on the left side of your screen. She does get it. She'll get in inside that 90-second time cap.
So now these ladies and gentlemen have a minute and a half to kind of reset. And I think just like that heavy barbell was the separator for a lot of these men and women, it's going to be these bar muscle-ups. We've seen in previous age divisions, some of the older age divisions, they had a burpee pull-up option instead of bar muscle-ups. At this 50 to 54 division, they must do bar muscle-ups or they may not move on to that thruster barbell.
And I'm glad that they have to do the bar muscle-ups. We've been testing their fitness and testing their skill level, but it's elite level for these athletes. So there's no reason that they shouldn't be having this, and we've already seen in the last heat that all of these athletes are able to, or the majority of these athletes are actually able to race that.
The reps on the bar muscle-ups will be 5 for the men, 3 for the women. They will do 12 reps on the thrusters, 85 pounds for the men and 55 pounds for the women. And that 50-pound Tsunami bag needs to be carried in the front rack position.
30 seconds.
30 seconds before we get started here. Again, this is the second of 3 heats for the 50 to 54-year-olds, men and women on the floor at the same time. The overall leaders will be going later on in the day as we will have the final heats for all the divisions going back to back to back to back. As you take a look at Todd Williams getting set, and there's Heidi Clem Pfizer, who came in 11th place overall with 2 events remaining.
1, go. Athletes off and running.
11th and final event is underway.
And Sean, I really think this is going to come down to who has those bar muscle-ups across the floor, whether you're the men or the women's side. The athletes that have those bar muscle-ups and have some sort of capacity with those are going to have the best shot in this event.
On the women's side, Tammy Saunders was the first woman to her first set of thrusters. Behind her in lane 13, Maria Fudala and then Nancy Vanacore on the barbell at the same time.
And no surprise, Sean, that Nancy Vanacore had all 3 muscle-ups unbroken. She was an athlete that actually got second place in the ring muscle-up event, which was the second event these ladies competed in.
Saunders moving to that Tsunami bag ahead of the field. Over on the men's side, in lane 4, Kelvin Menifee is working his way to the Tsunami bag. He has that in the front rack position, and he will be the first man to start his first 50-foot lunge. They have to go down and back in order to complete the round.
And Kevin Menifee also had the fastest time in that thruster setup. So not only is he strong in the thrusters, but he looked incredible on the bar muscles as well. So we talked about that Tsunami bag, and what's happened is that there's water sloshing back and forth. So not only are they having to lunge, but they have to worry about that midline stability as they're racing. And this is the first time they've even touched this bag.
Over on the women's side, Heather Clem Pfizer on the left-hand side of your screen was not the first woman to the barbell, but she will be the first woman done with that lunge.
And it's just like you were talking about, Bill. It was that that Tsunami bag in the lunge that actually gave Clem Pfizer the lead over Tammy Saunders, who had gotten to that Tsunami bag first.
And now we start the second of these 3 rounds. 3 bar muscle ups for the women, 5 for the men, 12 thruster reps that they need to complete when they're done with these bar muscle ups. And the weight on the bar is 55 pounds for the women, 85 pounds for the men. And already in lane 12, Tammy Saunders, as she did at the end of round 1, onto the barbell for the first time.
And that's where Tammy's making up a lot of time, where a lot of these ladies are having to do single reps on that bar muscle up. Tammy, for the second time in a row, did all 3 unbroken.
Over on the men's side, the battle right now is between Kelvin Menifee in lane number 4 and Sean Weaver in lane 5, as Menifee once again is the first man to the sandbag in round 2.
And Menifee has just been unbelievable on the bar muscle-ups. He came back to the bar with Pete Paskey, and Kelvin was able to go unbroken, hammered through the thrusters, and then again, first one to make it to that Tsunami bag, and he is just marching down the floor well ahead of the rest of the field.
Kelvin Menifee wrapping up his first 25 feet. Menifee coming into this event in 17th place overall. His best event finish was a tie for 7th. That was in event number 8 yesterday.
So much leg power in Menifee. Absolutely had no problem with the heavy thruster ladder. Was able to fly through that. And again, marching through on those lunges and having zero problem on the thrusters for those sets of 15.
Now he will go back to the rig to start round 3. He has to complete 5 bar muscle ups before he goes back to the barbell for his final set of 12 thrusters.
Look at the power. Look at this nice big pop of the hip. So good on those bar muscle ups. And he's been unbroken all the way through, and he's going to be able to complete this round as well unbroken.
Over on the women's side, Tammy Saunders in lane at number 12 is now your leader, as she is back on the rig for her final set of 3 bar muscle ups.
And again, Sean, it's Tammy's ability to string all 3 muscle ups together that really has her ahead. Most of these ladies are about the same on that 55-pound thruster. Not a ton of advantage being gained on the Tsunami back lunge. It is undoubtedly Saunders' unbroken bar muscle ups that have her in the lead at this point.
12 thrusters she needs to complete to close out her 3rd and final round on the barbell, and then it's one final 50-foot lunge with that Tsunami bag.
She needs to stay on that barbell, though, because you can see right behind her in lane 14, Nancy Vanacore is going to be coming up on her. She's on the barbell.
And that will do it for Saunders' final set of thrusters, and now she moves to the Tsunami bag. One 50-foot lunge remains. Saunders is your leader for the women. For the men, Kelvin Menifee on the left side of your screen is on his 3rd and final lunge with that Tsunami bag.
And look at the pace. He's really been able to pick up the tempo here, which has been insane after all the legwork these guys have had to do.
Menifee is done with his first 25-foot lunge, and he will work his way back to the finish. And on the right side of your screen, Tammy Saunders continues to lead in the second of 3 heats for the 50 to 54-year-olds.
Tammy's so far out ahead in front of all these ladies. At this point, she's just basically racing Kelvin.
Menifee and Saunders done it just about the same time. We'll call it 5:29 unofficially for the 2 of them.
And how cool is that we get to have the men versus the women head-to-head?
I love it.
And now Clem Pfizer is in. In lane number 10, William Lowhide came in, and also in lane number 8, Rich Waxman got across the finish line. And now for the men, Romeo Cuter in the headband just came across the finish line. In lane 6, Ben Kelly continues to work on the women's side. 4 athletes are still on the floor. In lane 15, Gina Cacchiati-Wellner going back to the rig for her final set of 3 bar muscle ups.
I gotta say, Sean, I'm so impressed with how many of these ladies have multiple sets of multiple bar muscle ups. but it was undoubtedly Tammy Saunders, 3 unbroken muscle-ups every round.
Over on the men's side, there are 2 men still working. Pete Paskey is on the thrusters. 3 men, pardon me, is on the thrusters. And then in lane number 5, Sean Weaver is on his final lunge. And in lane number 6, Ben Kelly is working through his final set of bar muscle-ups.
And I'm really surprised that Ben Kelly is struggling with those bar muscle-ups. He's not able to get himself up and over. Games athlete, you would think he would have this down, but I know he's just beat up after this week. He said he's been pretty beat up, so he's just trying to get through the last day here. Sean Weaver, you can see those nice big steps he's taking with those lunges. Again, one of the things we haven't really talked about is not only back and forth, but trying to keep your chest up with all that weight up in front as he finishes it up.
And Weaver is now done. In lane 6, Ben Kelly going through his final set of 12 thrusters. And now on to the Tsunami bag. And he's got about 10 seconds to get as many reps as he possibly can. 8-minute time cap here in this final event.
3, 2, 1.
And that will do it. Kelvin Menifee for the men, Tammy Saunders for the women, and the 2 of them both getting in 5 minutes, 29 seconds to set the times to beat with 1 heat remaining for the 50 to 54-year-olds.
And congratulations to all of these athletes whose competition is now over. Super impressive performances from everybody throughout the whole weekend.
Yeah, I tell you what, if not on our side, it's been super fun to even call them, but what a way to finish it out where you have the men and the women going head-to-head. No, they're not competing against each other, but they're doing the same work. And just as we saw between Tammy and Kelvin, they actually almost finished at the same time. Like, that was a real race.
Yeah.
Kelvin Menifee, we'll take a look at his performance as he finished in 5 minutes, 29 seconds, and was pretty much the leader from the get-go here.
Yeah, from the get-go. I mean, it was the bar muscle-ups that really separated him from the rest of the field. He obviously was very good at the thrusters, but the bar muscle-ups everyone else had to think about, he did not. Had no problem moving through that the thrusters or that Tsunami bag, so just crushed the rest of the field.
Over on the women's side, Tammy Saunders was first to the barbell after round 1. She surrendered the lead to Clem Pfizer, but then after that, Tammy Saunders stomped the gas and was able to set the time to beat at 5:29.
Well, and just like Bill was saying with Kelvin Menifee, it really came down to Tammy Saunders' ability to string those 3 muscle-ups together every single round. Most ladies were about the same pace on the thrusters. Yes, the Tsunami bag was challenging, but it didn't seem to be a game stopper in that front rack position for any of these ladies. So again, it really came down to her proficiency on that pull-up bar with those bar muscle-ups.
Results so far for the 50 to 54-year-old men. Kelvin Menifee will win that heat, but it's Lance Giles who has the top time right now at 5:04.07 seconds. Todd Williams puts up the 3rd best time at 5:43, and then William Lohide 3 seconds behind him. Remember, there is still 1 heat to go. On the women's side, as we are through 2 of 3 heats for the 50 to 54-year-old women, Tammy Saunders, she does now have the top time at 5:29.97. Heather Clem Pfizer now sits in 2nd place with Nancy Vanacore, and Beth Licopoli rounding out the top 4 times. We are going to step aside, but we will continue to bring you live coverage here. Bill, Annie, and I will be back for the 2nd heat of the 45 to 49-year-olds as the final day of competition here at the 2021 Legends Championship continues.
Second, going my hand drop. Going my 3, 2, 1 hand drop. You see my hands up, you take it off. We got 90 seconds. Get to the judges. Put boards up when you are ready. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Judges, are we ready? Our schedule. Athletes. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Go! Athletes are off and across to the legs. Then we've got 90 seconds to get through this battle. Next to meet all contestants at lane 4. 11 and 5 seconds. Ladies, your record of the credits. Lane 7, that's Tsunami. Lane number 8, Easy Wood. Lane 9, Steve Wood. Lane 10, that's Mike Master Jr. Lane number 12 for the ladies, Beth Gill. Lane 13, for the Ian Hart. Lane 14, for the Nathan Better. Lane 15, 11, 16. Go Mike, let's go! Let's go Mike! Lane 17, all right, back. Athletes, you have 90 seconds before we start our next part of the workout. This part of the workout will start with your hand on the apron. Here at your red or blue stop. Let's get you to stop now, please. We got some muscle up. We got some more thrusters. And we got this RX Smart Gear Tsunami back. You got to get a live picture of what that is. That's a nasty piece of equipment. Our folks at RX Smart Gear decided to create just for you. With some video view here, or with some championship. No one ever has this stuff fun. It's like athletes, we're starting that way. If you were not standing on a red or blue mat, you're in the wrong place. We're going off 35 seconds. Athletes team starting at the quickness. Hand on your A-frame, watch my hand to release. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, go. Athletes off and running. Come on with the run. They got 8 minutes of muscle ups, thrusters, lunges. breath, and he takes off behind. Smart out making a move, folks. Sometimes it comes with height helps. And this is one of those times. Maybe not so much on the process. Can't have it both ways. Both men jump up, look up, jump up. Check out my guy, my friend, I'm sorry. That takes a look at the rear. Back is up, that's going to get a muscle up. I know it. But if I'm starting anything this morning from this crowd, they're going to put you on top of that rear. I promise. You do the physical work, they'll do the emotional. Folks, that's 25 pounds of Johnson water floating around over top of her head. Think of how much core we gotta utilize, stabilize that thing. How much shoulder back we gotta utilize to keep it steady. Those Instagram photos gonna look nice after this workout. Easy getting low on those thrusters. Mike Mason's looking back to the thrusters first. Easy got one more rep, he's right behind him.
Let's go, Mike, let's go.
Mike is making up the distance on the thrusters. Easy's gonna walk him down on the left.
Well, I'm in this age group. I took for myself. I should have been competing right there. I'm not the one who tore his pec. I've been having bicep issues, so I'm not really for that. Yeah, those muscle ups. Oh, on the bottom. Like 20. Oh, cool.
Off on the runway, overhead, locked out. Took it out easy. Folks, we got about 2 minutes to
I work by now.
I told you, you jump on top of that radio. These people let you feel the energy. So, seriously, I was for a second. I got to see tears and crossroads.
Final day of competition continues here, the 2021 Legends Championship in San Diego, California. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler and the fittest woman on earth in the 45 to 49-year-old division, Annie Sakamoto. We are through one of three heats for the 45 to 49-year-olds. Jason Grubb on the men's side has a 60-point lead over Jeremiah Head. Mike Kern currently occupies the third and final spot on the podium by 54 points over Chris Uberwaga. Those men will be on the floor later on today. On the women's side, the overall standings with two events remaining. Jessica Manfro put herself on top of the overall standings from pretty much the get-go here. She has been maintaining a lead over Jen Dieter throughout the competition, but Dieter is creeping a little bit closer. Jen Botcher sits in third with Taya Gebbe 26 points back of her. Events 10 and 11 bear the name of one of the most famous quotes from the legendary movie Anchorman. Go F yourself, San Diego. Back-to-back challenges. We have a quick thruster ladder, 5, 4, and 3 repetitions on those barbells that are on the floor. They progressively get heavy as they work their way through the ladder. We'll have a 90-second rest, and then we start event number 11, the final event here of the Legends Championship. 3 rounds of 7-bar muscle-ups and 15 thrusters. Your lane assignments here, as both the men and the women will be on the floor at the same time. The men will be occupying lanes 1 through 10 from our broadcast position. That's from the left side of the floor. And then on the right side of the floor, the women will be occupying lanes 11 through 17.
Go. Here we go. All right.
Second heat is underway. We're joined in the booth now by the CEO of the official equipment sponsor of the 2021 Legends Championship, Brandon Hearn. Brandon, thanks so much for being here. What does it mean for you and your company to be able to be part of this event?
Yeah, no, thanks for having us. It means a lot to us, right? We're a local company, North County, San Diego. So when the opportunity came to get together with the Legends team, it was really important for us to own our backyard, right?
So obviously, there's a lot of equipment companies out there. How long you guys been in business?
So we've been in business since 2019, and obviously through COVID, you get tailwinds, right? A lot of people looking for equipment, and we were the guys in North County, San Diego who could go get it done.
So I've seen you have some old OG names like Tommy Pease. How'd you get Tommy Pease or some of the other athletes to be part of your guys' group?
Yeah, so Tommy's a legend. So you know, with Tommy, I was actually a member in his gym, and when everything happened during the whole COVID deal, we started True Grit, really started pushing the brand, and I started dropping equipment off to Tommy, and I said, hey, Tommy, try to break this. Hey, Tommy, what do you think of this? Hey, Tommy, do you hate it, love it? Give me, honest feedback. So he started using the equipment, and he goes, this is really good. Can I get a little bit more? Can I get a little bit more? And all of a sudden, Tommy calls me one night and goes, look, I want to come work for you guys. I love what's going on here. I love the equipment, and I want to work for you guys. And I'm like, what's your superpower? And he's like, sales. I'm like, you're hired.
I would have said he would have been like hairdos and hats on backwards or something like
Sure,
that.
Tommy just wasn't trying to get some free equipment out of you in the
Yeah, no, Tommy's a great guy. We're really fortunate to have him.
When you guys, a lot of different equipment companies specialize in certain things. Is there something you specialize in, or is there something that is kind of like just you guys do, or what's your guys' specialty?
Yeah, so our background, besides working with big wholesale customers, is we're hobby fabricators, so welders, machinists, things like that. So when we started looking at equipment, how it could be made better and why, we started making things really in our garage, welding stuff up, cutting things, milling things, and we realized there's so much opportunity in this space to really improve things because everyone's done something the exact same way off the same molds out of the same factories for so long. we're actually doing about 65% of our production coming out of Mexico when most of the world is trying to get it across the sea, right? So for us, it's attention to detail. The devil's in the detail, right? What do we do to make things better? How do we make it, easier for the customer to use, or give the gym owner longevity of equipment? Tommy for a long time was like, look, I spend so much money every year in equipment and it falls apart. And as a gym owner, it's hard. So we listened and we said, look, we got to make stuff better, affordable, give you guys wholesale pricing, and really start paying attention to the detail.
Great. Well, where can the people out there, that whether they're gym owners or single people doing the stuff in their own garage, where can they find you guys? Where can they look up to get some of that equipment?
Yeah. So funny enough, we're sold in Target, Best Buy, Walmart. If you want to go pick up in store, you can, or you can go to TrueGrit-Fitness.com, buy us there. Amazon, really kind of anywhere you would want to pick up equipment, you can go pick us up or order online and have it delivered to your door in a couple days.
That's awesome. Hey, Brandon, thanks very much for being a sponsor of the event, because it's an amazing event, but then also just coming up, and thanks for helping everybody else, especially during that COVID time.
No, thank you so much for having us. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Brandon Hearn, the CEO of True Grit, as we are in the final event for these athletes, event number 11. While we were talking to Brandon, Scott Bradley won his heat in event number 10 for the women for the men, at 36 seconds. For the women, it was Virginia Rushing who came in around 37 seconds. Current leader on the women's side is in lane 17 here. That's Allison Gardner.
Yeah, and this is where the event kind of got a lot harder. This 45 to 49-year-old division, the bar muscle-up reps went up to 7. And that is definitely where Allison has made up some time, along with Virginia Rushing, who's you can also see walking down the floor right now. Again, we're to that overhead tsunami bag lunge. It'll be interesting to see how these ladies choose to hold the bag. But again, I think it's going to come down to the bar muscle-ups.
Over on the men's side, Scott Bradley, who set the top time in his heat for event number 10 at 36 seconds, is your leader right now in event 11.
And look at the way that he's just holding that bag. Pure stability on that midline. You can see he has a lot of range of motion in those shoulders to lock those arms out. And I think, again, one of the things that's been helping him is his ability on those bar muscle-ups. We thought that maybe the Tsunami bag would be a little bit more of a hang-up for these athletes, but it's really coming down to this specific bar gymnastic movement.
Bradley continuing to work through his second round of bar muscle-ups, Bill.
Yeah, that was a great set that he had. A smart way to come down. You can see a lot of the other guys are basically smoked out over the course of the weekend, but a nice big pop, a little bit of that chicken arm that we talked about, that little chicken elbow. You can see him throwing the one arm over before the other one. Just not the fact that he's not leaning back far enough, but he's just trying to get himself through here and finish this event up for the rest of the weekend.
Scott Bradley coming into this event in 23rd place overall. His best finish of the competition came in the opening event, where he finished in 9th. Over on the women's side, in lane 17, Allison Gardner on her second set of 7 bar muscle-ups.
And look at how high Allison Gardner is catching. Virginia Rushing actually was able to catch Gardner on the tsunami bag lunges. Gardner choosing to break up that set of bar muscle-ups. Luckily for her, Virginia is also breaking up that set. But what I love here is how high Allison Gardner is able to catch that bar muscle-up, and she's through that second set, only having to break it up into 2 sets.
Gardner coming in 25th place overall. Her best finish was a tie for 9th in event number 4. Back on the men's side, where Scott Bradley, Bill, continues to lead here.
Yeah, he is all by himself. Again, not having too much problem on the bar muscle, but look at the stability of those shoulders. The arms are locked out. And here's one of the things, as you're in these different age groups, some of the older age groups, if you don't have that shoulder mobility, then this all of a sudden becomes exponentially more difficult. If you can lock it out on those joints, really bear down on that midline, then you're a stable system to hold that bag up overhead.
Bradley on his final trek down the floor to close out his event. Close out round 2. Now he moves back to the rig to start round number 3, 7-bar muscle-ups that Scott Bradley needs to complete. Back over on the women's side, where Allison Gardner in lane 17 continues to lead this heat.
Yeah, and Allison chose to break up her set of thrusters right there. They have 12 thrusters at 65 pounds. Allison chose to break those up and actually seemed to have served her well, because although Virginia Rushing was able to catch up to Gardner on the barbell, once she got to that Tsunami bag, Virginia had to rest a little bit longer, whereas Allison was able to pick that bag up immediately and get into those lunges. And now Allison has a good-sized lead over Virginia Rushing going into the 3rd and final round of this event.
Gardner with the Tsunami bag down, and she will head back to the rig for her 3rd and final round. Back over on the men's side, Scott Bradley is your leader, but looking like he's taking some breaks here on these final bar muscle-ups.
Well, they aren't intentional breaks. These are purposeful breaks, because he keeps missing those bar muscle-ups. Look at it. He's just not leaning back far enough. So this is one of the things. When you have that chicken wing bar muscle-up setup, it means that you're not leaning back far enough and you're not getting much of a whip. So he's trying to pull himself up, and his arms are smoked. So look at the one arm comes up. He's just, right there. Little cheat of the hand coming off, but whatever, they gave it to him. 2 more to go for Bradley. But this is really allowing the other guys to make their way much closer to him. Granted, they're struggling with their bar muscle-ups too, so.
In lane 10, Patrick Stimmel has 1 rep remaining. He's on the right side of your screen. Stimmel will head back to the barbell here. So start to put some pressure on Bradley for the lead.
And one of the things with Stimmel, he's great and strong through the movements, but he doesn't have great shoulder range of motion at all, so he really struggles on the lunge. This is Rick Hopley right here again, trying to keep those arms locked out. You can see that it's really hanging on his fingers, and there's a bend in that arm. And because he's just trying to rush down the floor, he gets a lot of slosh with that bag.
Copley making the turn in lane number 9, getting that bag back up overhead. The 45 to 49-year-old athletes need to carry that bag in the overhead position. That's their only option. Now here comes Copley. He is in 7 minutes even unofficially for Copley. Over on the women's side, lane 17, Allison Gardner.
Yeah, she's finishing.
Almost done here.
She's finishing that final round of lunges, and you know what I loved about Allison Gardner is she very purposely broke up that second set of bar muscle-ups and that second set of thrusters, and I think what that allowed her to do is stay fresh, because on the 3rd set of bar muscle-ups, Allison went unbroken. She again had a little pause on her thrusters, but she looked so solid on this final set of lunges, and that's it. She'll take the heat at just under 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Great job by Allison Gardner.
7:41 unofficially for Allison Gardner. Meanwhile, on the men's side, we've had another athlete come across the finish.
Yeah, we had Green that was able to finish, and again, you know, Bradley was doing so well, but he just got hung up on that last set of those bar muscle-ups. So we had Green that was able to finish, and then Stimmel right at the very end.
Stimmel was in. Now, meanwhile, the man who led for most of that heat, Scott Bradley, was unable to finish, just ran into a wall on that 3rd and final set of bar muscle-ups.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit, pushed it too hard, but your winner, Rick Hopley, just, I tell you what, smooth and consistent, and was really able to put the gas down when he hit that last lap.
Right, and I think that's, again, where Allison Gardner, you know, it came down to those bar muscle-ups, and like I was saying just a second ago, Allison broke up that second set of bar muscle-ups. I was kind of wondering why, but I think it was a really smart move on her part, because it allowed her to do the 3rd and final set unbroken, and that's where she basically just ran away with that event.
We'll move on to the 3rd heat for the 45 to 49-year-olds. Once again, these are your overall standings for the men coming in. Jason Grubb by 60 points over Jeremiah Head. Mike Kern currently sits in 3rd. Top 3 men, the only men above 700 points. Chris Ubaraga is really going to have a heck of a performance in these final two events and get some help in the process if he wants to wind up on the podium. On the women's side, Jessica Manfro is your overall leader. Jen Dieter has been creeping close to her throughout this competition and now has a 46-point deficit that she needs to make up in order to catch Manfro in the final two events. Jen Botcher currently sitting in third place. Back-to-back events to close out the 2021 Legends Championship. We begin with that quick thruster ladder, 5, 4, and then 3 repetitions on barbells that will ascend in weight. We have a 90-second reset, and then 3 rounds of the bar muscle-ups and the thrusters, and then that 50-foot tsunami bag lunge.
And things kind of turned up in this age division. Again, their bar muscle up reps went up to 7, and that final barbell is 125 for the ladies, 185 for the gentlemen in this age division.
5, 3, 2, 1, go. Here are our athletes off and running heat 3.
Weight for the men on the thruster ladder, 95, 135, 185 for the women. It goes 65, 95, 125, 5, 4, and then 3 repetitions. In lane 9, Jason Ansley for the men is out front early, and in lane 11 for the women, it's Velvet Minnick. Ansley to the final barbell. And Ansley is in 27 seconds unofficially. And now Velvet Minnick is in about 32 seconds. Ansley last year also won the thruster ladder in this competition. More women coming across.
On the ladies' side, it was a great race with Carol Mezen and Velvet Minnick. Both ladies able to do that final barbell unbroken.
All the athletes except for in lane 15, Renee Brechtel are done. She has one more rep. It's a 90-second time cap on this event. Brechtel looking to lock that one out and just cannot get it overhead. She will be the only woman who does not complete the ladder inside the 90 seconds, and now we will have that 90-second rest, and we will move into the 11th and final event.
And I'll tell you what, there's a big difference between the two races on the women's side and the men's side. The men's side, it's a true race. I mean, you saw guys like Jason Ansley right there, who we know is a powerful athlete. We saw him lifting yesterday, so these barbells were easy for him, and all the men were able to come across. But the women, it comes down to, can they hit that last barbell?
Right, and can they hit it unbroken? We saw a lot of ladies having to break up that barbell, and it was the fact that Velvet Minnick was able to do those final 3 thrusters unbroken that gave her the heat win.
Men and women on the floor at the same time here for the final event. The men will be in lanes 1 through 10. The women will always be in lanes 11 through 20, and the higher you are in the overall standings, the closer you will be to the middle of the floor. So we keep an eye on the action going on both sides of the floor here as we're almost done with that 90-second reset, and we will start event number 11. You go F yourself, San Diego.
You go F yourself, Sean.
Whoa.
That
escalated quickly.
I bet by day 4, a lot of these athletes are thinking exactly that. You go after yourself.
Yeah, totally.
3 rounds of the bar muscle-up, 7 reps for both the men and the women, 12 thrusters at 65 for the women, 95 for the men. And then the tsunami bag has to be held in the overhead position on that 50-foot lunge.
Yeah, we've just seen these athletes be able to handle the thruster, and actually that tsunami bag so well, but it all comes down to those bar muscle-ups on the men's side and the women's side. It's really incredible how that becomes a go F yourself part.
There's 7 total repetitions that they need to complete here. In lane 17, Carrie O'Neill has just 1 rep remaining. O'Neill on the right side of your screen, off the rig first, onto the barbell. 12 thrusters here.
O'Neill making quick work of those thrusters. Again, only 65 pounds. But after this weekend, you know that 65 pounds feels a lot more like 85 pounds, considering all the work these ladies have done.
And no shock that O'Neill is proficient at bar muscle up. She is a gymnastics coach. Meanwhile, over on the men's side, in lane at number 7, it's Stacy Adams onto the Tsunami bag first.
And I tell you what, he looked great on the bar muscle-ups, nice and smooth on the thrusters, and he didn't run over to the Tsunami bag. I think he kind of realized it's like, all right, let me save myself for that final round. He's done enough events to understand that you're not going to win by winning the first round. But you can see those arms bent. That's gonna hurt him later. It's really going to depend on how much strength he has, and he might just be draining too much by doing that.
Adams heading back to the rig for his second set of bar muscle-ups. 14th place coming into this event. Best finish was 6th in event number 5.
Nice pop of the hips. You can tell he doesn't even bend over the bar that much, so there's a little bit of that press up at the top. And again, I saw the bent arm with the Tsunami bag. This press is going to get really tiring because he's under the bent arm pressing position while he's doing those lunges.
Back to the women's side where Carrie O'Neill continues to lead but has slowed here on the Tsunami bag.
You can tell that Tsunami bag is actually giving Carrie O'Neill a lot more trouble than I had suspected. And Carol Mezin, who's down in lane 13, was actually able to make a huge move on Carrie O'Neill. She had a great grip on that Tsunami bag, kind of hands through, but also supporting it with her palms.
Mezin back to the rig for her second set of bar muscle-ups.
But this is where Carrie O'Neill can take advantage of that gymnastics background. Like Bill and I have been saying, it really comes down to your ability on this pull-up bar and to either go unbroken or at least 2 sets on these bar muscle-ups.
Mezin coming into the event in 13th place overall. She does have 4 finishes inside the top 6 here in this competition. As Carrie O'Neill makes quick work once again of those bar muscle-ups. She's back on the barbell for her second set of 12 thrusters.
And O'Neill looks really strong on the bar muscle-ups. She's having no trouble with that 65-pound thruster. But again, that Tsunami bag overhead surprisingly gave O'Neill a little more trouble than I had suspected it would.
In lane 13, we mentioned Carol Mezin, unfortunately was not able to compete in the final event of the day yesterday due to personal reasons, so she had to take a tie for 30th, but still is in the competition. So that finish is what has really kept her from getting inside the top 10. Now back on the men's side, Stacey Adams continues to lead.
So Stacey Adams still is in the lead, but he's being kind of reeled in by the 2 guys on the lane 2 and 3, Paul Bruce and Jamie Damgard. Those guys are virtually tied. The nice thing for Adams is he does have those decent bar muscle-ups, so you can tell he's slowing down just a little bit, but he gets himself up with that nice big pop of the hip, boom, right there, pressing himself up over that bar, and even taking a little bit of a rest up top. There's not a whole lot of rush from transition from movement to movement, but I think he's trying to contain that energy use as much as possible.
Adams is off the rig and now on to his next set of thrusters. He is in the 3rd and final round here. 12 repetitions he needs to complete at 85 pounds.
Now look at him, he's starting to slow down a little bit, which he really needs to be careful because over in lane number 2, Paul Bruce just came off the rig, so he's virtually only about 7 reps on the thrusters behind.
On the women's side, Carrie O'Neill looked like she had an easier time on that second lunge.
She definitely had an easier time. She kind of figured out how to stabilize that bag a little bit better overhead. Only 4 reps left on this final set of bar muscle-ups. Looking like she's going to go unbroken for a 3rd and final time. Very impressive by Carrie O'Neill. One final bar muscle-up to go. She's also gone unbroken on all of her thrusters, so assuming that she really did figure out a better way to hold that Tsunami bag, she has just under 2 minutes to beat Allison Gardner's time from the previous heat.
Stacey Adams on the left side of your screen is on the final stages of his last 25-foot trek down the floor, and he is going to have plenty of cushion between him and Tommy Green's top time. 5:59 unofficially for Adams.
Unbelievable finish, but I'll tell you what, he was getting reeled in at the end by Paul Bruce over in lane number 2, but that was a great finish. Was able to stay up in the front and contain himself the entire time and just keep that lead.
Now more men finishing up. Chris Rea has come across down in lanes 2 and 3. Paul Bruce and Jamie Damgar are in. And in lane number 4, that's Joe Stuber, who's working his way back to the rig. Stuber had some really impressive performances last night in the 1-rep max portion of that back-to-back event 7 and 8.
You give this guy a barbell, he'll do great. You put him up on the rig to do some bar muscle-ups, it's a whole nother story.
Over on the women's side, Carrie O'Neill is on her final 25-foot lunge.
And barring any catastrophes, she will easily beat Allison Gardner's time of 7:41 from the heat before. I love it. You know, to be honest, the first round looked like the hardest for Carrie O'Neill. She cleaned things up on that tsunami bag lunge. Super impressive performance.
7:07 unofficially for Carrie O'Neill to win heat number 3 for the 45 to 49-year-olds. 30 seconds remain before we hit the 8-minute time cap, and there are a number of women who are still on the competition floor here, just trying to get as far into this event as they possibly can. 10 seconds to go. In lane 13, Carol Mezin is trying to get herself across the finish line.
3, 2,
And she will do it with a second to spare. 7:59 for Mezin. But it's Carrie O'Neill who has the top time for the women in that heat at 7:07, and Stacey Adams at 5:59 for the men.
And again, it's always important that these athletes remember you're not just racing the people in your heat, you're racing everybody in all the other heats.
So Stacey Adams right out of the gate came off the rig first, got through the thrusters first, and once he got that lead, just stayed out in front. And I think right here, these bar muscle-ups, able to keep that consistency all the way down is what held him out in front. You can see he was starting to fail just a little bit with that tsunami bag with the unlocked out arms, but a great job.
Carrie O'Neill, she did, you know, everybody's been about the same on the thrusters, although she was able to stay unbroken on that barbell. But here's where Carrie O'Neill won it. It was in those bar muscle-ups, all 3 rounds, all 7 reps unbroken. Like we said, she was able to figure out that overhead lunge a little bit better by rounds 2 and 3.
After 3 heats, with 1 heat remaining for the 45 to 49-year-old men, it's Tim Anderson, 6:55.97 seconds. Rick Copley, Tommy Green, and Michael Matzik. Now, this does not include the time that Stacey Adams just put up at 5:59. So Stacey Adams does have the top time. We're going to step aside once again for a break, but our coverage here will continue. We'll be back for the second heat of the 40 to 44-year-old athletes as our coverage of the 2021 Legends Championship continues.
Athletes all line here, please. Captain Declan Ryan, 5, 3, Now Bill's got just 3 reps, remaining 1 plus. So once again, as Hayes returning for home, in round 1 of the overhead run is the RX Smart Tsunami bag. This is a rep before, and that one's good. Going on 2 is going out to the RX Smart here, 10, pick yourself up on. And 13 right behind. Let's see, is Allen. 14. All judges to the middle, bring your scorecards with you. Score will collect in the middle.
Final day of competition continues here in San Diego, California at the 2021 Legends Championship. Thanks for being with us here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in Southern California. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler and Annie Sakamoto. We are in the 40 to 44-year-old heats, the preliminary heats. Remember, the final heats will all be later on today. The men and the women will be on the competition floor at the same time. Your overall standings in the 40 to 44-year-old division: David Johnson saw his lead over Austin Medford shrink to just 20 points after those back-to-back events to close out day number 3. Brigham Abbott currently sits in third place. On the women's side in this division, Val Voberl has been all by herself on top of the overall leaderboard, the only athlete with more than 800 points. Amanda Cummins is 60 points back of her. Sarah Blunk solidly in third place. Rebecca Thompson's going to need to get some help and have some great performances in these final 2 events if she wants any chance of getting inside the top 3. And your event description: 2 more back-to-back challenges to close out day number 4. Every event named after a quote from Anchorman, and this one is named after the quote from that movie. Go F yourself, San Diego. Thruster ladder followed by 3 rounds of bar muscle-ups and thrusters, and that 50-foot carry, the overhead lunge with that Tsunami bag.
And I just love the fact that they're so tightly put together, but 2 very different races. We're seeing some strength, we're seeing some speed, and we're seeing some gymnastics, and we're seeing 2 different finishers win these different events.
Yeah, much like last night, whoever's going to take event 10 is not the same person that's probably going to take event 11.
And with that, event 10 is underway. 5, then 4, then 3 reps of thrusters. The barbell weight does increase. 95, 135, 185 for the men. 65, 95, 125 for the women. Jim Royce in lane number 10 is on the final barbell, as is in lane 7 Charles McAvoy. For the women in lane 13, Victoria Brown. In lane 15, Brianne Showman also on her final barbell. And in lane 11, it's Megan Rode, who gets across in 30 seconds. 31 seconds unofficially for Megan Rode.
Yeah, and really, again, it came down to how these women can handle that final barbell. 125-pound thruster, and Megan Rode had no trouble repping out 3 thrusters at that weight.
And over on the men's side, Bill, it was Charles McAvoy at 30 seconds.
Yeah, and he was flying. And between him and Jim Royce, I mean, they were both moving so quickly and just didn't have a problem. And for the general field, it was really a race. We had long arm Jeremy Wallace there trying to get that last barbell up, but for the most part, everyone came across flying.
90-second time cap in this event, and then we have the 90-second reset as in lane 14. Ashley Fiala is still trying to get a final rep here at 125 and just not able to lock it out. Now we'll have that reset, and we'll move into event number 11. Top times out of that heat: on the left, Charles McAvoy, 30 seconds even, and then on the right, Megan Rode with a time of 31 seconds.
Real surprising with Charles McAvoy, not one of the bigger guys out there, but just was able to really handle that barbell. So I think, Andy, we talked about 2 different winners in between these 2 different events. He has a very good shot of being at least in the top piece here because he's one of the lighter guys. So if you're a little bit lighter, that usually helps out with the barbell stuff or the gymnastic stuff.
Lane assignments for this second heat: the men will be on the left side of the floor in lanes 1 through 10. The women will be on the right side of the floor in lanes 11 through 18. And the higher you are ranked in the overall standings, the closer to the middle you will be. So Megan Rode in lane number 11 is your highest ranked athlete in this heat. For the women, she comes in 20th place overall. Her best event finish was 6th in event number 1. And now we move into the final event, event 11, 3 rounds of the 7-bar muscle-ups, 15 thrusters. Now the weight goes up to 65 and 95 pounds. And the reps are also up to 15. And then the Tsunami bag has to be held in the overhead position on that 50-foot lunge.
And not only overhead, but in a horizontal position. And that's where all that slosh comes in on that Tsunami bag.
We are underway. Start with those 7 bar muscle-ups before they head to the 15 thrusters.
No ladies from the previous heat were able to finish this portion of the event. Cristina Valencia got the farthest. She was in her final set of overhead walking lunges.
For the men, over in lane 6, Byron Jaron is the first man to the barbell, along with Jim Royce, Bill, in lane number 10.
Yeah, Brian looked amazing coming off those bar muscle-ups, but Charles McAvey, same thing, but he took a lot longer time to get himself over to the bar. The other one who was attacking the barbell second was going to be Jim Royce, all the way over in lane number 10. But all these guys, I think, have seen what all of these reps are doing to everyone. They know that this first round doesn't mean a whole lot other than kind of find the right pace, but you got to be able to hold on for that third round.
Jaron and Royce to the Tsunami bag. Over on the women's side, Megan Rode on the left side of your screen is to that bag, as is Victoria Brown in lane 13. And then down in lane 17, it's Misa Francis.
And Megan Rode, I don't know if you saw, but when she came off that pull-up bar, she looked so excited. She did all 7 muscle-ups unbroken, and I'm wondering if she just PR'd her bar muscle-ups right there.
Rode with the bag down, and now she makes the turn.
Exactly, and this is where Victoria Brown and Ashley Fiala have just overtaken her. Victoria Brown, you see her in lane 13. She was already walking back for her second set of bar muscle-ups.
Victoria Brown, your leader for the women, as she starts her second of 3 rounds. Let's go back over to the men's side, where it was Byron Jaron and Jim Royce in the lead towards the back half of round 1.
So Jim Royce over on the right-hand side of your screen with no shirt on was the first to be done with the walk, but made his way back very slow. But look at how he took a little bit of a rest. He is getting up so high on those bar muscle-ups. So Byron Jaron, jumped to the bar a little sooner. Wasn't as clean on his bar muscle-ups. So we're going to have to see if the pacing game is right between Royce and Jaron.
Jim Royce, 20th place overall. Best finish was a 6th in event number 4.
And you can see the tempo between Royce on the right-hand side and then Jaron with the black shirt, black shorts. And Jaron takes a break. Royce went all the way through. I don't know if you guys have done that workout called Fran before. 15 reps is always the worst one, and we're in round number 2 of the worst one.
I've never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Blacked it out.
Over on the women's side, let's check in with our leaders as we are in now round 2 of 3, Annie.
Exactly, and so again, I think Megan Rode, who we saw win the first piece of this 2-part event, is now struggling a little bit on her second set of bar muscle-ups, whereas Victoria Brown in lane 13, she took a quick break on her bar muscle-ups, but is having no problem with that Tsunami bag. We see Megan Rode, I talked about earlier, I think she might have PR'd that first set of 7 bar muscle-ups, but that may have been a mistake. Great for her PR log, but now she's down to singles on those bar muscle-ups in just the second round of this event.
And while she continues to work on her second round of bar muscle-ups, in lane 13, Victoria Brown just finished her first leg of her second overhead lunge, and now she is working her way back down the floor. She's in the gray shirt in the middle of your screen.
Victoria having no problem. You can see instead of stabilizing her feet, she actually is able to step through each lunge. And now Victoria moves to her third and final set of bar muscle-ups. Last set, she was able to do it in just 2 sets. If she can hang on to that at only 4 minutes and 30 seconds right now, Victoria should be able to be the first lady in this division to complete this event.
Megan Rode, meanwhile, is now on her second of 3 sets of thrusters. She's on the left side of her screen in lane number 11. 15 reps that they need to complete every time they pick up that barbell.
And Megan is so fast on those thrusters, but where she's breaking down for sure is those bar muscle ups, and singles are just not going to get you to the end quick enough. You can see in the middle of your screen, there's Victoria Brown back on her, hopefully, third and final set. That's it for her bar muscle ups. Great move from Victoria Brown right there.
Back over to the men's side where it looks like Jim Royce is starting to open up a bit of a lead here, Bill.
Yeah, he's looking great. He had his first break on the last set of thrusters here, moving very well, but there has been a little shuffle in that second place spot. Tim Sanchez in lane 8 has moved his way up past Brian Jarin just by virtue of the speed of his thrusters and then also the walk of that bag. So if you watch Jim Royce right on the right-hand side of your screen, wide grip on that bag, trying to stabilize the slosh as much as you can, stepping through. He's on his last 25 feet here, and his weekend will be done. Marching his way down, you can see in the center of your screen, or right on the left-hand side of your screen, that's Tim Sanchez in the gray shirt, finishing off those thrusters, trying to get those long arms extended up there, and he's currently sitting in that number 2 spot. But here's Jim Royce with the finish of his weekend with the 6:08 unofficial.
6:08 for Jim Royce to close out his weekend. Great effort from him. As we go back to the women, where in lane 13, Victoria Brown now has just 25 feet between her and the finish line.
And with 90 seconds to go, Sean, there's no reason to believe that Victoria Brown is not going to be the first female in this division to finish this event. Good chance of coming in sub 7 minutes right here. Fantastic performance from Victoria Brown.
The 6:43 unofficially for Victoria Brown. As we approach the 7-minute mark, 8-minute time cap here in this event. Your leader after round number 1, Megan Rode in lane 11 on the left side of your screen is down to singles now on the bar muscle ups.
But you can see in the center of your screen there, Sean, Ashley Fiala is on her third and final set of thrusters. And again, it really has come down to those bar muscle ups, and Fiala has done a really good job of keeping those bar muscle ups into just 2 sets.
Back over to the men's side, Bill, where now more and more athletes are starting to get across the finish line.
Yeah, Jim Royce made it, and you can see him resting on the right-hand side of your screen. But second place coming in was Tim Sanchez right in the middle lane. You can't really see him now. Byron Jarin made it in, and then right there we have another athlete finishing in. So you can see these athletes are finally pushing themselves through to the finish. Really, once they get their hands on that bag, they move well. But the only piece that's really hanging them up, like up here, Jeremy Wallace, you can see working those bar muscle ups, having you long singles. That's really the only sticking point for these men when they're racing.
And the 8-minute time cap has hit. It's Jim Royce on the left for the men, 6:08 on the right. Victoria Brown gets in 6:48 unofficially.
And again, important to note, Sean, Victoria Brown is the only lady in 2 heats now that has been able to finish that final event.
Second heat for the 40 to 44-year-old athletes is done, and we'll get reset for the third heat. Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler and Annie Sakamoto here on the final day of competition at the 2021 Legends Championship. Your overall standings for the 40 to 44-year-olds will start on the men's side, whereas David Johnston, who has the overall lead, 716 total points, but just 20 points back is Austin Medford, who really did a good job of carving into Johnston's lead on the final 2 events on day number 3. On the women's side, the third fittest woman on earth from 2013, Val Vobrel, the only athlete with more than 800 points. She has been on top of the overall leaderboard for the majority of the competition. Amanda Cummins and Sarah Blunk occupy the final 2 spots on the podium. Back-to-back events to close out the competition for these athletes. Event 10 and Event 11, and they are named after the quote from the movie Anchorman, "You go F yourself, San Diego."
And we see just how blazing fast this thruster portion has been, especially on the men's side. I mean, it comes down to how much strength you have on the women's side, but the men is a full-blown race. So you can't afford to miss a rep, can't get a no rep, and you got to get to that buzzer as fast as possible.
90-second time cap on the thruster ladder, a 90-second reset, I should say, and then an 8-minute time cap on event number 11. Those bar muscle-ups, the thrusters, and that Tsunami bag overhead carry. Men and women on the floor at the same time. Men will be in lanes 1 through 10. The women will be in lanes 11 through 20.
10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1.
And here we go. Heat number 3 for the 40 to 44-year-olds. 5 reps, then 4 reps, then 3 reps. The barbell weight for the men, 95, 135, then 185, 65, 95, and 125 for the women. In lane number 9 for the men, it's Kaliko Aligo who is ripping through those barbells. He's already on to the last one. For the women, in lane 16 and 17, Heather Chapa and Brooke Gauss.
Ooh.
As Aligo gets in first for the men, and it's going to be Chapa in first for the women. Just about every man done with the ladder here. Still some women working through. 90-second time cap.
And you know, like Bill was saying, at this weight, at the 185 for the men, it's a race for a lot of these ladies. That 125-pound barbell is proving to be almost undoable for 3 reps.
Kiko Aligo unofficially 25 seconds for the men.
Yeah, he was pulling the bar down rather than pushing up, pulling the bar down, trying to speed it up. Super fast job by Aligo.
And for the women, Heather Chapa gets in unofficially in 30 seconds.
And again, not surprising, Chapa did really well in the lifting portion of last night's 2-part event.
90-second reset. Athletes, get your thought and take it back to the start mat, please.
90-second reset, and then we will begin event number 11, the final event of the Legends Championship. 3 rounds of the 7-bar muscle-ups, and then the 15 thrusters, 65 pounds for the women, 95 pounds for the men. And then the 50-foot Tsunami bag lunge. It has to be held overhead, and what makes that bag a little different, it's filled with water. It can slosh around a little bit.
It does slosh, and I don't really see it affecting as much as I was hoping it would affect the guys. I don't see that happen as much. On the guys' side, it's kind of a muscle-up thing, but I think on the women's side, we actually are seeing that really affect them on their walking.
Definitely, you can see the shoulder fatigue set in, you know, between the bar muscle-ups and then obviously the shoulders needed in the thruster. A lot of these ladies are having a little bit of trouble stabilizing that bag overhead during those lunges.
As we mentioned, the men and women, and as you saw, on the floor at the same time, not competing against one another, but the men will be in lanes 1 through 10. The women's will be in lanes 11 through 20. And the higher you are in the overall standings, the closer to the middle you will be.
Who says they're not competing, Sean?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's always a competition, Sean. What are you talking about over there?
I should have thrown the word officially in there.
There you go.
Look at you trying to be all PC and stuff over there. Jeez.
And we are underway in the third heat for the 40 to 44-year-olds. Jim Royce for the men at 6:08 has your top time. And for the women, Victoria Brown at 6:48. Mike Giardina in lane 8 is just about done with his bar muscle-ups. He and Kiko Aligo will be done at the same time in lanes 8 and in lanes 9.
And I love the way that Aligo was doing those bar muscle-ups. Long swing, big pop of the hip. You can see his arms were nice and straight. And then you have that old school OG style of Mike G. And I love the fact that he's on here on the floor competing. And look at him working through those thrusters. I bet this guy's in a couple million thrusters in his lifetime with being with CrossFit, especially showing people how to do it. And hey, no level 1 people watching you do these thrusters right now, Mike. So great depth on those squats and great extension overhead.
Mike Giardina is your leader early here in round number 1 of 3, and now he has that Tsunami bag overhead, and he'll start his 50-foot lunge.
And look at the way he supports that up overhead. I don't even really see that slosh really affecting him all that much. I mean, maybe the legs are a little tired, but he's marching down the floor really, really well. Now, again, he's got to be careful. You don't want to empty the tank in round number 1 because you still have 2 more that you have to do. But he is really opening up a lead next to Aligo that's right next to him in lane number 9.
Over on the women's side, the battle for the lead is going on in lanes 13 and 14. Jenny King in lane 13, Jen Mikish in lane 14. She just finished her first 25-foot lunge.
And here's what I like. If we end up following Jen Mikish in lane 14, she's right here, center screen. She was catching her bar muscle ups so high. And what's great about that, Sean, is that means she doesn't have to press out a lot. She doesn't have to use a lot of triceps. And when you think about stabilizing that barbell overhead in the thruster, stabilizing that bag overhead in the walking lunge, that's a lot of tricep. So the higher you can catch that bar muscle up, the less you have to press out and the less you have to use those triceps on that portion of this event.
Mikish and King back to the rig at the same time. And it's Mikish, who is the first woman to start her second set of 7 bar muscle ups.
I mean, look at how high Jen is catching those bar muscle ups. Again, just no wasted effort as far as the lockout goes. I think that was a really smart move on her part to have a quick little shakeout between reps 5, 6, and 7.
Let's head back over to the men where it's Mike Giardina who just finished his second of 3 sets on the thrusters, and he is once again the first man to the Tsunami bag.
I'll tell you what, one of the things that I'm really impressed with Mike Giardina is his bar muscle ups. He gets up there and he looks relaxed. He's actually talking to the judge to find out how many more he has or what he needs to do. Seems very, very calm. Great on the thrusters. I didn't see any break or bobble or any show of any sort of fatigue at all. And then look at him march down the floor. Arms are nice and locked out, stepping up, not having to rush anything, so he's not allowing the slosh of that bag to really throw him off. He looks great.
Mike Giardina comes in 13th place overall. His best finish came in the final event on day number 3. He took 4th in event number 9.
Coming in that number 2 spot, we had a little swap of the 2 and 3 is going to be Shaka Dennis over in lane number 10. Just eked himself in front of Kaliko Aligo. But here, look at these bar muscle-ups with Mike. Right in lane number 8 there. Nice pop of the hips. And again, this is our 3rd round. Pop of the hips comes up over top. Nice breather at the top, setting those hands. Beautiful movement.
Let's go back to the women's side where it is Jen Mikish who is now opened up a bit of a lead on Jenny King.
She is running away with this event, Sean. Jen, again, she catches those bar muscle ups so high, she's wasting no tricep energy. So she's having no problem going unbroken on those 15 thrusters and stabilizing that Tsunami bag overhead. She's only 4.5 minutes in, which puts her ahead of Victoria Brown's split time for that 2nd round. Assuming she can do this 3rd and final set of bar muscle ups in 1 or 2 sets max, she should be able to beat Victoria's previous time of 6:43.
3rd and final round now for Mikish as she heads back to the rig. 7 bar muscle ups.
Look at how effortless. She's so amazing at just getting those hips right up to the bar, barely any press out. Good little use of that bar to pause and catch her breath. Again, purposefully breaking up this set of 7, not breaking up because she has to.
Let's go back to the men's side where Mike Giardina has just completed his final set of 15 thrusters, trying to track down Jim Royce's top time of 6:08, Bill.
And Mike Giardina looked incredible on the thrusters. Shaka Dennis is coming up behind him, but even had to take a break on those thrusters, but not Mike. He was able to lock himself in, keep that tempo, but he's got to be careful because Shaka Dennis has some long strides over in lane number 10. You can see him on the right-hand side of the screen there in the black shirt. Mike turned around for his final 25 feet, and he really needs to be careful and get to that buzzer.
Shaka Dennis is creeping up on Mike Giardina here on the final lunge. Giardina really struggling to keep that bag locked out overhead. Now Shaka Dennis with a bit of a stumble.
Oh!
Giardina with the stumble. Shaka Dennis is going to get in ahead of Mike
my
Giardina,
goodness.
but he will not beat Jim Royce's top time. Giardina is in, losing at the final lunge. Kigo Aligo also there as well, but Shaka Dennis will win the heat, but doesn't look like he beat Royce's time of 6:08.
Didn't beat the top time to beat so far, but I'll tell you what, to the wire finish. We haven't had one of those yet, a three-way just battle on the last step. My goodness.
Over to the women's side, where it's Jen Mikish onto the bag in the white top. Now in the middle of your screen, this is her final 50-foot lunge.
Yep, and she actually, you know, I had said, Sean, if she could keep that final round of bar muscle-ups broken up into 2 sets, she stood a chance of beating Victoria Brown's time. Unfortunately, Jen left herself with one final rep. She ended up breaking up the bar muscle-ups into 3 sets, and then she broke up the thrusters also into 3 sets. So that event lead has slipped away from her, but she still has plenty of time to finish under that 8-minute time cap. She's on her last 25 feet. She has 45 seconds. She will definitely come in under that time cap and most likely be the only woman.
Mikish is in, she will win the heat.
And I'm gonna eat my words right there. You can see King following her in. Right there, Jenny King finishes as well under that time cap.
20 seconds to go before we hit the 8-minute time cap. King and Mikish, the 2 women to finish in this heat. And now 10 seconds to go. But Victoria Brown's time from heat number 2 of 6:48 will still be the top mark for the women. Shaka Dennis will win the heat for the men, and he just misses Jim Royce's top time. Royce's time of 6:08, 1 second better than Shaka Dennis, who really made a charge there late in that event.
I tell you, it is not over until the I don't know if I should say this, person sings. Don't know what to say anymore nowadays. But Shaka Dennis just did not let up, pushed the tempo, and just caved Mike and caved Aligo on that final cross the finish. That was an incredible race.
So 7:24 for Jen Mikish to win her heat. Our coverage will continue here. Bill, Annie, and I are going to take a quick break, but we will be back with you for the second heat of the 35 to 39-year-old athletes. So stay with us here at the 2021 Legends Championship.
Athletes to your start, athletes to the ring. We are now practicing muscle-ups. We are getting ready. Athletes to the front of the ring with each other. 30 seconds. Judges take their words in the air when we are ready. 10 seconds. 5, under my hand. 3, 2, 1, go. Here comes our next heat. All the attention. Check out that fast. Everybody, let's see ya.
It's the final two events of the 2021 Legends Championship. Thanks so much for being with us today here as we close out 4 days of what has been a very enjoyable competition. Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler and Annie Sakamoto. We are in the 35 to 39-year-old preliminary heats. Your overall standings on the men's side of the competition, David Syvertson comfortably in first place. He is the only athlete with more than 700 points. John Hasdevac sits in second place. He is 24 points up on Michael Walsh and Gavin Burkett. So a good battle between the two of them. Those athletes will be on the floor in the final heat later on today. Meanwhile, on the women's side, Claire Trainer is your overall leader. She's coming off a very solid finish to her third and final day of competition. Had a second and a first. She now has 720 points. Stacy Marino in second place. April Payne sits in the third and final spot on the podium. Back-to-back events to close out the competition, events 10 and 11. All the events here at the Legends Championship named after quotes from the movie Anchorman, and this one is no different. It's "Go F Yourself, San Diego." A 90-second time cap on a very quick thruster ladder, 5 reps, then 4 reps, then 3 reps, then we'll have a 90-second break. And then it's the 11th and final event, the 3 rounds of the 7-bar muscle-ups, the thrusters, and that 50-foot tsunami bag carry. And that bag is an interesting implement because it's filled with water. It sloshes around.
Yeah, and we really haven't seen, at least on the men's side, I haven't really seen it affect them too much unless they push the tempo. Saw Mike Giardini just collapse with that. So you can't uncount that, and it's fun that it's brand new.
We are set for the second of 3 heats, and we start with event number 2. It is the thruster ladder. 5 reps, then 4 reps, then 3 reps, and this one will be fast. Weight on the barbell for the men, 95, then 135, then 185 for the women, 65, 95, 125. For the men, Christopher Pinedo was the first man to the 135-pound barbell. Now in lane 9, Tomohiro Itaya was the first man to 185. Itaya is going to get across this finish line in 26 seconds. And in lane 17, it looked like Tina Hartwick was the first woman in.
Wow, that was fast.
Super
That's
fast.
a lot faster on the women's side. Holy cow.
Exactly. This is the first time we've seen all the ladies in well under that 90-second time cap. Tina Hartwick was just pulling those early barbells down, but it definitely came to her speed at that 125-pound barbell that got her the event win for now in this heat at just around 30 seconds.
29.2 unofficially for Hardwick, as Zachary Seal is across the finish line. Tomohiro Itaya, who competed at the CrossFit Games, the only athlete from the country of Japan to be in Madison last August, he will win the thruster ladder for this heat at 26.52 seconds.
And he really won that. It was in the last 3 thrusters with those heavy thrusters. So that was a great lift for him and a great way to start this last day off.
Event 11 is up next. We'll have that 90-second reset, pardon me. And then we get into the 3 rounds of the 7-bar muscle-ups, 15 thrusters at 65 pounds for the women, 95 pounds for the men. And then it is that overhead lunge with the tsunami bag that needs to be held in the overhead position in order for the athlete to advance up and down the floor.
On the women's side, it was Bree Stefek, who was just under the time cap and the only lady in the previous heat to actually complete this final event.
And something I'm really interested to watch here. We talked about you can have 2 different athletes winning these 2 different events. But right there on the right-hand side of your screen, Zachary Seal, we saw the great race he put up last night. So we know that he has a great capacity. Last guy on the floor for the thrusters, but I think he was saving himself for this last event to put a nice, a great time on the board.
With both the men and the women competing at the same time, the athletes who are the highest in the overall standings will be closer to the middle of the floor. So for the men in lane 10, Christopher Pinedo comes in 20th place overall. He's your highest ranked athlete in the overall standings for the men. And in lane 11 for the women, it's Athena Olmstead.
Oh my goodness. I don't think you can get much higher than that by Zach Seal right there with the headband right in the middle of your screen, the black tank top. Look at how he is moving. Super, super easy. And again, he's going to be more fresh than the other athletes that were racing in the thrusters. So very fast off the bar, and then let's see what kind of power he has in the thrusters. Because I know all the way on the right-hand side of his side on the screen, Christopher Pinedo was the second to come across on the thruster, so we know he's got that power.
Zachary Seal, Brett Clark, and Tomohiro Ataya were the first 3 men to their initial set of 15 on that 95-pound barbell.
Ooh, we see a break right there by Zach Seal. Again, we know that this is 3 rounds, so it doesn't matter if you win the first round, you got to be able to really carry yourself into that last round. But Christopher Pinedo, man, he's hammering through this. And again, I hope he doesn't blow it out too early.
Christopher Pinedo with the first man with that tsunami bag over his head, and he will start his first of 3 50-foot walking lunges. Let's go over to the women's side, where in lane 14, Krista Jorgensen is now halfway through her opening lunge.
Right, and compared to the men's side, we haven't seen any real races between the athletes themselves. What it seems to be for a lot of these ladies is a race on that pull-up bar. Who can do the 7 muscle-ups either unbroken or in minimal sets, because that's what it's come down to. And Krista Jorgensen unbroken on her first set of bar muscle-ups. Let's see if she can do it on this second round.
And now she heads back to the rig for her second set of 7 bar muscle-ups. After that, 15 thrusters at 65 pounds as we approach the 2-minute mark here in the 11th and final event of the 2021 Legends Championship. 8-minute time cap on this event, and Jorgensen taking her first break.
But we've seen a couple ladies in some of the age divisions prior to this 35 to 39 take a quick break, a purposeful break on that second round of bar muscle-ups, and they've still been able to complete this event.
Jorgensen back to the thrusters for the second time, 15 reps on the barbell.
And she was really fast on that first round of thrusters. And look at, Sean, how she's pulling that bar down into the next thruster. Again, I'm going to assume that's a purposeful break on Krista's part, saving those shoulders a little bit for that overhead walking lunge that's coming up.
Let's go back to the men's side, where Christopher Pinedo on the right side of your screen. He is now just picking up his tsunami bag. He continues to lead here in round 2.
Pinedo has been moving very fast, but I'll tell you what, there's been a definite decrease in the tempo on those thrusters as he's marching his way down the floor. You can see Zach Seal off to the left-hand side of your screen, and our new second-place person in this heat, Brett Clark, right there with no shirt on, marching down. Now, what I like about Brett Clark, he's got a nice wide base with those arms to keep that slosh. Christopher Pinedo taking a rest, but Brett Clark going right back into it. So again, for these guys, I really think it's going to come down to those bar muscle-ups, and if Christopher Pinedo is going to be able to hold that tempo. Look at those long strides by Brett Clark.
Pinedo and Clark with the bag down at the same time, and the two of them will head back to the pull-up bar for their third and final set of 7 bar muscle-ups. Tomohiro Itaya and Zachary Seal in third and fourth place, respectively, in this heat. Also in lane number 5, Lloyd Amerson starting to gain a little ground as well.
Nice movement, nice bar muscle up by Brent Clark on the left-hand side of your screen. But Christopher Pinedo, look at that. He always comes up straight arm still, even this late in the competition in this last round.
Back to the women's side, where Krista Jorgensen is maintaining her lead. But on the left side of your screen in the pink knee sleeves, Masha Savina has been gaining some ground on her.
And Krista actually took a short break at the 25-foot mark on this overhead walking lunge, and she looked over both at Masha Savina and Athena Olmstead to see where they were at. Yes, Krista, you're racing these ladies, but don't forget you're racing ladies in other heats. She's got to stay aggressive, especially on this bar where she's been able to make up a lot of time on these muscle-ups.
And as you mentioned earlier, Bree Stefik from the prior heat is the only woman to finish this event and got in just inside the time cap.
Right, Krista taking a little break right here. She only has 3 reps to go. But again, Olmstead and Savina are hot on her heels. She needs to keep the pace up.
Back to the men's side, Christopher Pinedo, on his third and final lunge, was able to retake the lead from Clark here in round 3, Bill.
Pinedo has really been able to turn up the gas Look at those short, fast steps, being able to keep that midline nice and tight, arms are locked out. He sees the light at the end of the tunnel, and he is going to march himself to a first place or a win in his heat in a wave. Great time to finish off this event this weekend.
5:15 unofficially for Christopher Panieto to take the second heat in the 35 to 39-year-old division.
Blazing fast. He was really able to put a lot of distance between him and the rest of the field.
Lloyd Amerson just came across to the men. He's on the left side of your screen. Now Clark is in, and here comes Zachary Seal across the finish line.
Ooh, those guys were moving. My.
Coming up on the 6-minute mark, 2 minutes to go here before we hit the 8-minute time cap. And on the women's side, Krista Jorgensen continues to lead. She is on her third and final set of thrusters.
She is, she did a great job on that third and final set of bar muscle-ups, but she broke up those thrusters into 3 sets. And if you see Athena Olmstead, who actually is about to pick up her barbell, she's in the far left-hand side. Athena's putting the pressure on a little bit on Krista in that if Krista rests on this overhead walking lunge like she done on the last one, there's a chance that Olmstead will be able to catch her.
Jorgensen taking a break. In lane 13, Crystal Robb is on to the Tsunami bag, and also in lane 11, Athena Olmstead, but Jorgensen is making her final 25-foot trip down the floor. Jorgensen is across 6:58 unofficially for her, and that will be the new top time for the women in the 35 to 39-year-old division.
Great job by Krista Jorgensen. She was able to hold her last set of bar muscle-ups into sets of 2. We just saw Crystal Robb come across, and then far left-hand side of your screen, Athena Olmstead just finished. So many more ladies finishing in this second heat of 35 to 39-year-old ladies.
Masha Savina is in as well. So 30 seconds to go before we hit the 8-minute time cap. 4 women still working in this second heat for the 35 to 39-year-old athletes. Now 10 seconds to go. And with that, heat number 2 is finished. For the men, Christopher Panieto, 5 minutes, 15 seconds to get across the finish line. And for the women, on the right side of your screen, Krista Jorgensen gets inside 7 minutes, 6:58.
And Panieto was amazing. Not only does he have the winning time in that part of the event, but he also has the second fastest time in that heat as well on the first part. So the fact that he was that well-rounded and to be able to move that barbell that way is great.
And Krista, she broke up her thrusters both the second and third round into 3 sets. She rested on that overhead lunge, but was still able to come in well under that time cap because of those bar muscle-ups.
One more look at the overall standings, starting with the men in the 35 to 39-year-old division. David Syvertson, this is his to lose at this point. John Hasdevak still has a little bit of work to do if he wants to solidify his hold on second place overall. Michael Walsh and Gavin Burkett tied in points, but Walsh has the tiebreak. So the two of them will be fighting for that third and final spot on the podium. Over on the women's side of things, Claire Traynor, she is over 720 points. Stacy Marino currently sits in second place. April Payne is in third. She has a 40-point lead over Kelly Abney for the final spot on the podium for the women's division. Back-to-back events to close things out here at the 2021 Legends Championship. We start with the thruster ladder that is fast. 5 reps, then 4 reps, and 3 reps on barbells that ascend in weight. And then we take a 90-second break, and we get started on event 11. The bar muscle-ups, the thrusters, and then that 50-foot overhead tsunami bag.
And much like last night's 2-piece event, I think this one we're going to see different winners in both of the 2 events. There's the strength of the thruster and then kind of the the skill of the bar muscle up, and that seems to be what's setting most of these athletes apart on the two different events.
Men and women on the floor at the same time here in the third heat for the 35 to 39-year-olds. The men will be on the left side of the floor. The women will be on the right side of the floor, and the highest ranked athletes in the overall standings will be towards the middle. So Dion Gutierrez for the women will be in lane number 11, and she is 11th place overall coming into this event. She's only 12 points back of Whitney Davis for a spot inside the top 10.
And if we're talking thrusters and we're talking a heavy barbell, I can't wait to watch Sarah hopping Estrella on this last set of thrusters.
3, 2, 1, go!
We are underway. 5 reps, then 4 reps, and then 3 reps. 95, 135, 185 on the barbell for the men. 65, 95, and 125 for the women. In lane 14 for the women, it's Elizabeth Lane, who is the first woman to the second barbell. Now 4 reps they have to complete. Lane to the 125-pound barbell. It's dead even for the men. And in lane 6 for the men, it's Brian Matthews at about 26 seconds. On the women's side, Elizabeth Lane looks like she got in first in about 28 seconds.
Great job by Elizabeth Lane. You know, she was a little frantic when she got to that 95, that second barbell. She kind of bobbled a little bit, but man, as soon as she hit that 125, it was game over.
And same thing with Brian Matthews. He raced to the first bar and ripped it off the ground. So he jumped out of the gate on fire and just lit it up the whole time.
Brian Matthews, around 27 seconds, was really close to Tomohiro Ataya's time in the last heat of 26.52, so we'll wait for the official score for Matthews to see if he was able to beat that. 90-second break, and then we get into event number 11, and we start on the pull-up bar with those 7-bar muscle-ups. Those have proven to really be a sticking point for a lot of the athletes, and where we have seen leads change throughout this day.
Definitely, and especially on the women's side. I think that number of bar muscle-ups, 7, we haven't seen too many of these ladies be able to go unbroken on all 3 rounds. So then it really comes down to how few of sets and how short of rest can you keep on rounds 2 and 3.
And on the guys' side, it's just about of how fast can you do that set that you have to do. For the most part, all the guys can get them, or it's going to be small breaks for sure. But if you are one of those athletes that can move through those super efficiently and quickly, then you're going to be up on the front.
Quick update on Brian Matthews' score. He did beat Tomohiro Itaya. He was in at 25.8 officially. So Brian Matthews sets the time to beat with 1 heat remaining for the 35 to 39-year-old men. And on Elizabeth Lane for the women, she was in first, around 28 seconds.
30 seconds. Once again, athletes watch by hand, please.
There is Sarah hopping Estrella in the black in the middle of your screen, comes in 12th place overall. She does have 2 event wins. She won event 6, which was that rowing deadlift event, and then she also won events number 8, the combined total of the 1-rep max snatch and the 1-rep max clean.
Not surprising event wins, either of them for Sarah. What I'm
3
really
rounds
impressed
of the 7-bar muscle-ups, the thrusters, and the overhead sandbag, or the overhead tsunami bag carry, I should say.
And what I've really been impressed with is Sarah's gymnastics skills this weekend. You can see her kind of on the left-hand side of your screen, the second lady in lane 12. Look how easy Sarah's doing those 12-bar muscle-ups. Longer, taller athlete, first set unbroken. Really well done by Hopping Estrella.
Hopping Estrella was one of the first women to the barbell, along with Elizabeth Lane, Ashley Watkins, and Kelsey McDonald. So pretty even after that first round of 7 on the women's side.
You can see how fast Karen Whitney, who's right behind Hopping Estrella in lane 13, is moving that barbell for those thrusters. But again, I don't think this event comes down to round 1. It's rounds 2 and 3 where everybody has been able to make their money.
Elizabeth Lane hoisting the bag up, but in lane 16, it's Kelsey McDonald, who is the early leader on this lunge. Right next to her in lane 17, Lauren Patino is starting to eat into that lead. So this is the closest heat that we have seen here for the women as we work our way through the first of the 3 rounds.
Again, Sean, it's round 1, and I think really where we've seen a lot of these ladies fall apart is round 2, specifically on those bar muscle-ups.
Let's go over to the men's side. They are through 1 round. The battle for first place is between Greg Hoxaglu in lane 7 and Gregory Douglas, Bill, in lane 8.
And they really, both of those guys really turned the gas on. You can see both these men. I was thinking Gregory Douglas was going to have a little bit of a hard time with these bar muscle-ups because he's a bigger athlete, but that is not the case. And once he gets to the barbell and those lunges, he was just chugging along. Hoxaglu looks great on both the gymnastic portion and also the thrusters. Look how calm he looks. Nice and relaxed, good bounce out of the bottom, nice extension of the top, not trying to rush it, but really keeping a nice tempo. Whereas Greg Douglas has that nice wide base to kind of shorten up that range of motion, still keeping it legal, getting nice and deep and getting that full extension.
Hoxaglu coming in at 14th place overall, had a pretty good stretch to end day 1 and begin day 2. 3 finishes inside the top 10, 442 total points coming into the day. And now he has the Tsunami bag over his head. It's his second of 3 overhead lunges.
Greg Hoxaglu is great with this bag, and what I really like is he can take some very long steps, and he seems very smooth as he's making that transition from one foot to the next foot. We don't even notice, well, now that I say that, you see a little slosh, but for the most part, every step looks controlled enough to where he can slide from one step right to the next step. He's not having to put his feet together to lock out.
Let's go back over to the women's side, Annie, where it looks like we're starting to see a little bit of separation here.
Right, but we're also seeing a little bit of the race. You know, the race that we've had on the men's side is starting to develop on the women's side. And that right now is between Ashley Watkins in lane 15, Kelsey McDonald in lane 16, and then not far behind them is Karen Whitney in lane 13 and Elizabeth Lane in lane 14. And all of these ladies are finishing out their second round. Ashley Watkins was able to stay unbroken on her second round of bar muscle-ups. Excuse me. Yep, that was Ashley Watkins that was able to stay unbroken on that second round of bar muscle-ups. We'll see if she can do it again on this third and final round. But there's a great race happening right now between lanes 13 and 16 on the women's side.
Krista Jorgensen had the fastest time so far for the women, 6:58. That's what it took her to complete this event in heat number 2 for the 35 to 39-year-old women.
Both Watkins and McDonald are breaking up this last set of bar muscle-ups, but surprisingly, Ashley Watkins only did a single rep right there, and that's going to start to open the door for Kelsey McDonald to overtake that lead. Ooh, failing a rep right there. There's a chance Ashley went a little too deep in that second round of bar muscle-ups.
Let's go back to the men's side, where Greg Hoxaglu is on to the Tsunami bag for the final time, clearly in first place here.
Hoxaglu has been looking tremendous as he's marching his way down, but we had a shuffle in that number 2 spot. So if you go all the way down to lane number 2, Mike Thomas, he's now in his bag as well. So he's out of the view of all these other athletes that are side by side. But I tell you what, Hoxaglu looks amazing, taking a little break there before he goes into this last set. And just stepping himself to the finish.
Christopher Pinedo had the top time in the last heat at 5:15. It looks like that is going to stand as Hoxaglu has to back up here. So Pinedo's time of 5:15, still the top mark for the 35 to 39-year-old men. But Hoxaglu is trying to win this heat and complete this final lunge, and now he's got to take another break on the bag.
And while he took that break, Mike Thompson was able to step past him and get into that win. So Mike Thompson actually won that heat with Hoxaglu taking second place in this heat.
Now more men coming across the finish line in lane 8. Gregory Douglas is in. Go back to the women's side of the competition.
You see Karen Whitney right there. She actually already finished in 5 minutes and 31 seconds. It was that third and final round of bar muscle-ups where Whitney was able to overtake both Ashley Watkins and Kelsey McDonald for the lead. She got that bag over her head, and she never looked back, Sean. Super impressive finish by Karen Whitney. And again, it came down to that third round and staying consistent.
And Sarah Hopping Estrella is one of the athletes who is still on the floor. She's on the left side of your screen. And then also in lane 18, Christelle Fox. And in lane 19, Lindsey Braham. Over to the men, where once again it was Mike Thompson, Bill, who was able to edge out Hotzeglu there at the finish.
And you can see a lot of these men are starting to take that rest on the shoulder. That's lane 5, that's Marcicio Narcigo. And again, the shoulders are just being blown out. They think that they're able to push through it, and they're really riding that line, and they're just coming into that fail right at the very, very end.
David Reekie coming across the finish line to get in well inside that 8-minute time cap. Thompson's time was 5:23, which means Piñeto's time of 5:15 will be the top mark heading into the fourth and final heat for the men. And now in lane 18, Christelle Fox is across the finish line.
See right in the center or center left of your screen, Sarah Hopping Estrella, huge smile on her face. She is going to be able to finish this event just under the time cap to finish up a fantastic weekend of competition for Sarah Hopping Estrella.
Heat 3 is now finished. Mike Thompson for the men wins his heat, but is not able to beat Christopher Piñeto's time of 5:15. Thompson coming in at 5:23. He's on the left side of your screen. And then for the women, it's Karen Whitney who sets the new top mark at 5 minutes, 21 seconds.
And you know, we've seen a lot of great races on the men's side, but we haven't seen the women pushing each other as much until this heat. And there was a great little race happening between Karen Whitney, Elizabeth Lane, Ashley Watkins, and Kelsey McDonald. They really, in that round 2, were kind of pushing each other's pace. Karen Whitney came out the victor in that heat, but again, it was fun to see a race happen on the women's side.
We are going to take about a 30-minute break and reset for all of the final heats. So all of the overall leaders from every division will be on the competition floor when we return in about 30 minutes. We want to thank the official equipment sponsor of the 2021 Legends Championship, True Grit, as well as the official apparel sponsor, Viore. So stay with us, everybody. Go get your favorite snacks, settle in, because we are going to have the final heats for all the age groups, men and women, coming up when our coverage from the 2021 Legends Championship continues.
On to Rick. RX is selling the RX Smart Gear ropes and the RX Smart Gear Tsunami bags as well. The Tsunami bags, 25 pounds for women, 35 pounds for men. They are $60 at the RX booth. It's a core record. It's a midline match. It's a lot of fun to watch. Probably got some DJ will play. We're in the home stretch. I'll wait for God to give me the green light. We're going to this dance party time.
The final day of competition continues here at the 2021 Legends Championship. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody, here in San Diego, California. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler and Annie Sakamoto. We have the final heats for all the age divisions coming up next, and we're kicking things off with the 65-plus athletes. The overall standings, we will start on the men's side, and the battle is for first place between Tom Mulbauer and Dave Hippensteel. Mulbauer currently sits in first place overall with 734 points. He only has a 10-point lead on David Hippensteel, and Rodrigo Dominguez, depending on what he does here in these next two events, has an outside chance of possibly putting himself on top of the overall leaderboard. On the women's side, the only question is, can Mary Schwing stay perfect? She has won every single event here. A perfect 800 points, but look at spots 2 through 4. Just 4 points separate Leanne Underwood from Mary Lou Seif. So battle for the final 2 spots on the podium. Events 10 and 11, back-to-back challenges. We start with a thruster ladder. The reps on the ladder will descend. The weight on the barbell will increase. And for the 65-plus athletes, we go from 65, 95, and 125 for the men, from 45, 65, and 80 for the women. We will have a 90-second reset, and then it's event number 11. The women will perform 2-bar muscle-ups, or 3-bar muscle-ups for the men, 8 thrusters at 45 and 65, and then that tsunami bag carry up and back 50 feet.
Important to note here, Sean, that these athletes have the option of doing a burpee pull-up in lieu of the bar muscle-up. So we shouldn't see too many athletes just staring at the bar. They do have an out if they cannot do bar muscle-ups.
You can either do 4 burpee chest-to-bar pull-ups for every bar muscle-up, or 5 burpee regular pull-ups for every bar muscle-up. So as you said, Annie, there is an option for these athletes. The men and the women on the field at the same time. The men will be on the left side of the floor in lanes 1 through 10. The women will be on the right side of the floor in lanes 14 through 20. Your overall leaders will be right next to each other. Mary Schwing will be in lane 14, and Tom Mulbauer will be in lane 13. Mulbauer and Dave Hippensteel, the battle for the top of the podium, will take place in lanes 14 and in lanes 13.
Now it is time. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. This is our championship heat for our men and women 65-plus athletes. 10 seconds.
The thruster ladder is up first.
5, 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway right in the middle of the floor. It's going to be Mulbauer versus Hippensteel. Mulbauer, lane 13, with a great pace on that opening barbell. And he and Hippensteel at the same time to barbell number 2. Hippensteel has got to beat Mulbauer if he wants to cut into his lead heading into the final event. Now Mulbauer and Hippensteel to the final barbell at the same time. Mulbauer about a half a rep ahead of Hippensteel. And Mulbauer's across just ahead of Hippensteel. So Mulbauer's lead is going to increase by 6 points going into the final event. Rodrigo Dominguez may have gotten beaten across the finish line by Marshall Delk, and now Mary Schwing wins another event for the women.
You know, it wasn't how fast Mary got to that 3rd barbell, it was how fast she finished that 3rd barbell. Like you said, Sean, now 900 points out of 1,000.
Wow, that was an incredible race. So much speed. Okay, let's just talk for a second about the ages and the speeds at which these human beings were moving. I don't know if you guys saw that, but Tom Mulbauer and David Hippensteel was a sideways sprint. Unreal.
It was just 0.3 of a second separating Mulbauer from Hippensteel. Hippensteel at 24.1, Mulbauer 23.8. Now we reset for event number 11. And Mulbauer's lead has increased by 6 points over Hippensteel. So in order for Hippensteel to make that up in one event, assuming Hippensteel wins this next event, He would need Mulbauer to finish in 5th.
And I tell you what, I just don't see that happening. Mulbauer has been so consistent through this entire weekend, and the guy is riding on high. He is so confident he's going to do great in this last event. I mean, look how close that was. And it was crazy because the men started off with just rapid-fire reps in the beginning.
And on the women's side, there was no race. It was Mary Schwing. Once they got to that third barbell, she was all by herself.
We will reset for event 11. And remember the battle for the podium on the women's side that's taking place here, because it was very close coming into this event, where Leanne Underwood in second place was only separated by 4 points over Mary Lou Seif.
$15 seconds.
Event number 11 begins with those 3 bar muscle ups for the men or 2 for the women. Now there is a modification there that we talked about earlier. You can either do 4 burpee chest to bar pull-ups for every bar muscle up, or 5 burpee pull-ups.
And like you said, Sean, on the women's side, Mary Schwing is running away with it, but we have a tight race between lanes 15, 16, and 17. Leanne Underwood, Pat Wynn, and Mary Lou Seif. And I like what Leanne Underwood is doing here, which is that underhand grip for that burpee pull-up.
They have to do a total of 10 burpee pull-ups to make up for the 2 bar muscle-ups. Now the Tsunami bag can be held however they want as the women continue to work through their burpee pull-ups. So 10 total before heading to the thrusters, where they will complete 8 repetitions.
Have you ever done 10 burpee pull-ups, Sean? I mean,
Miserable.
It's miserable. It is a huge ask, and so impressive that these ladies are still, nobody's got their hands on their knees, they're still chugging away on these burpee pull-ups.
Let's go to the men's side, where Tom Mulbauer is doing what he needs to do to hang on to first place overall. He and David Hippensteel pretty much dead even here, Bill, after 1 round.
Yeah, Tom Mulbauer and David Hippensteel, it's incredible. These guys are throwing those bar muscle-ups around like they're no big deal. Look at that. Dave just whipping his hips up there. Nice sliding kip, not quite a glide kip by Mulbauer, but where David Hippensteel really succeeds is on this thruster. Look at that, shorter range. Tom Mulbauer's having to go a little bit longer, so it's taking him a little bit more time. But when these guys get down to that Tsunami bag, the tempo which they are moving is incredible.
And remember, Hippensteel has got to win this event and get some people between himself and Mulbauer to even have a chance of overcoming that lead. And right now, Hippensteel is not getting that help.
There was a little bit of a mess up there. Tom trying to figure out which bag was his between him and Mary. I think they had to arm wrestle for it really quick. But Tom's right back in the game. Look at that, long steps, trying to make that turn and get right back on Hippensteel's tail. You can see Tom just having to step up. So his legs are starting to fatigue because he's really pushing the tempo. He knows that he has to win and then also have Tom Mulbauer really start to implode to have any shot at improving his score.
Hippensteel goes back for his 3rd and final round of bar muscle-ups. Over on the women's side, Mary Schwing trying to stay perfect here and win her 9th event.
Right, but you talked about earlier, Sean, that Mary Lou Seif was not out of the running, and right now, she's in the running. She's actually the woman to beat. She's already 3 reps in on her burpee pull-ups, far ahead of any of the other ladies. You can see Mary Schwing running back to her bar. She doesn't need the event win, whereas Mary Lou does. She's doing herself some favors by staying on a really good pace on these burpee pull-ups.
The battle for the podium behind Mary Schwing is going on between Leanne Underwood in lane 15, Pat Wynn in lane 16, and Mary Lou Seif in lane 17. Instead of the 2 bar muscle-ups, the women do have the option of doing those burpee pull-ups, and that is what they are all electing to do. So they have to complete 10 total reps in each round. Let's go back to the men where David Hippensteel is about ready to close out an event win.
There goes Mr. Hippensteel, the hairdo himself, and he's able to tag that up. And I tell you what, these two athletes have been shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, arm in arm in every single event. But what a great finish for both those athletes.
Hippensteel got it in first. He does win the event, but Tom Mulbauer right behind him. So Hippensteel will not be able to make up enough points on Mulbauer. And it looks like Mulbauer is going to win by 10 over Hippensteel.
You can see across the floor, we see here on the right-hand side of your screen, that's what Rodrigo Dominguez, he's trying to make his way through his thrusters. Great position. Look how low he's able to squat and get that full extension all the way up overhead. I'll tell you what, as a masters athlete myself and a coach, that's what I'm looking for in athletes. That's what I'm looking for in my members as well.
I know people 30 years his junior who can't get that low.
Oh, I know that too. Rodrigo going up for his bag. Again, they can hold it any way they want. Chooses to go for that back rack, which I think for these athletes is a smart move because you can kind of control that slosh as it moves back and forth. But he's taking nice long steps, driving through that heel. Coming in on that last 25 feet.
48 for Hippensteel. 349.
Rodrigo Dominguez came into these final back-to-back events in third place overall and looking like he will be able to hang on to that here and finish on the podium along with Tom Mulbauer and David Hippensteel. Let's go back to the women's side. Mary Swing looking to lock up her 10th event win.
But you know, right in front of her is Mary Lou Seif right now, Sean, and this is exactly what Mary Lou needs. Not just to be in the lead, but she needs Mary Swing in between herself and Pat Wynn and Leanne Underwood. And so far, that's exactly what's happening for Mary Lou. She's been very consistent on these burpee pull-ups. If she can just stay ahead of both Leanne Underwood and Pat Wynn, and ideally keep Mary Swing in between herself and those two ladies, this could push Mary Lou onto the podium ahead of Pat Wynn.
Once again, coming into this event, Leanne Underwood sat in second place, Pat Wynn was in third, and Mary Lou Seif was in fourth. Just 4 points separating those three women.
So this is huge for Mary Lou right now. Again, like I was saying, Sean, she needs to stay out in front. But, you know, Mary Swing, who now might not go perfect, is doing Mary Lou some favors, though, by staying in between her and these other two ladies.
Mary Lou Seif is done, and she will move back to the barbell for her 8 final thrusters here in her third and final round.
And Mary Lou looking poised not only to get the event win, but she could possibly finish the event. She's got just 50 seconds to go and 50 feet of Tsunami back lunges.
Mary Lou Seif, 4th place overall coming into this event, may put herself on the podium. Remember, we still have to factor in the scores from the prior event, but this is certainly going to help her. 8-minute time cap to this event, and Seif is trying to be the only woman in this division to finish inside that mark. She has 15 seconds to go.
15 seconds remaining in the weekend.
This is so big for Mary Lou. Not only the only lady that's going to finish, but some major points that she needed if she wanted to finish on the podium.
Mary Swing will not stay perfect. She wins 9 of the 10 events, and Mary Lou Seif may have saved her best for last, and we will see if that is enough for her to wind up on the podium. She was only 2 points back of Pat Wynn, but remember, we still need to figure out what happened in event number 10 because those points will matter in this race. One thing is for certain, that is your event winner, Mary Swing.
That lady is so amazing. You know, what a bummer that we didn't get to see her earn a complete 1,000 points, but it does not diminish from the performance that she has put on this weekend. To think that at 69 years old, she won 9 of 10 events across 4 days is phenomenal. Most points earned by any athlete out here this weekend.
To the front of your ring. We'll be off and running at about 2
These are your overall standings after
all athletes in that heat that just finished. Go ahead and lead up at the chairs in the back for a photo.
those are the standings coming into the event. Remember, Mary Schwing had won 9 events. We still have to factor in the final event. And Mary Schwing should wind up with 994 out of a possible 1,000 points because of her second place finish in event 11. The 60 to 64-year-old final heat is coming up next as the volunteers here who have done a fantastic job at the 2021 Legends Championship get the floor reset. Men and women will be on the floor at the same time. Once again, the men will be on the left side of the floor. The women will be on the right side. And for the men, coming into this event,
Your friends are looking for you in the middle.
there's a really good battle
Your friends are looking
for the top of the overall leaderboard.
other way. Susan, right back there.
Tony Tursky
Big group of people
came into the day with just a 2-point lead over John Crow. They will be right next to each other in lanes 9 and 10. So we will be keeping an eye on that race for the top spot on the podium. For the women, Patty McGill will be in lane number 11. McGill has 5 event wins here in this competition. She also has a pair of second place finishes. She has yet to finish lower than 5th. This will be a victory lap for her as she is solidly in first place overall. Back-to-back events here to close out day number 4 of competition.
And it'll be really exciting to see Patty take this victory lap. Like you said, Sean, no finishes outside of 5th, 2 second place finishes, and 5 event wins. She has just been absolutely stellar. Picture perfect consistency. Here's what I'm looking for. Are any of these ladies going to be able to do bar muscle ups? It would not surprise me if a few of these ladies are able to get, they only need 2 each round, and it wouldn't surprise me if some of these ladies could get a bar muscle up.
There is Tony Tursky, who came into the day with a 2-point lead over the man on your left, John Crow, for the top spot on the overall leaderboard. We will start with the thruster ladder here.
You know, one of the things that Tursky has in his favor is he's on the outside, so they will all be facing the opposite direction. He'll be able to have direct eyesight of what John Crow is doing and the speed that he's moving at, whereas John doesn't have that. John's kind of going at the blind, watching everyone else that they are well ahead of. So Tursky has the advantage on this first event.
And the weight on the barbells moves up from our last division. For the thruster ladder, the men will be doing 5 reps at 65, 4 reps at 105, and then 3 reps at 135. The women will start at 45 pounds, move up to 70, and then 90. And then also the women and the men both have the option of either doing burpee pull-ups, 5 burpee pull-ups for every bar muscle-up, 4 burpee chest-to-bar pull-ups for every bar muscle-up, or for the men, they can just do the 3 bar muscle-ups. For the women, it's 2 bar muscle-ups. The weight on the barbell in event number 11 remains at 65 pounds and 45 pounds, but now 9 reps on the thrusters for this age group.
And this age group still has the choice of how they want to hold that Tsunami bag as well. So I expect to see most of them with it in that front rack position, definitely easier than the overhead position, and possibly even a little easier on the arms than that back rack position.
Well, one of the things that we saw in the older division was if they said you could hold it any way you want, how do you take the slosh out of the slosh pipe? You turn it on its head. So we saw a couple of the athletes in the last division using that, I don't want to call it a loophole, but using the advantage of doing that to save themselves that struggle, not have to deal with that midline stability, and still being able to move with the same amount of weight.
Right.
We talked about this at the beginning of the day, but it has really meant a lot for this community to have this event and be here and have the spotlight on just the Masters athletes themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of shocked at how much they are appreciative of what's happening. I mean, non-stop this entire weekend we've had athletes coming up. Thanks for saying my name. It's so cool to hear you guys calling this and doing a great job of being here for us. It's important.
We are ready to start event number 10, the thruster ladder. And for the men, keep your eyes on lanes 9 and lanes 10. That's the battle between John Crow and Tony Tursky. Tursky thought he was done. Crow and Tursky to the second barbell at the same time. Remember, just 2 points separating these men for the overall lead now. Tursky has a little bit of a faster pace on the second barbell. Tursky, the man with the backwards hat in the upper right-hand part of your screen, he gets to the barbell ahead of John Crow. So Tursky is going to finish ahead of Crow and widen his lead. He will not win the event, but now John Crow is getting hit with a no rep. And he is the last man on the floor. John Crow is going to surrender quite a few points to Tursky heading into this final event.
And that was a rough one for John Crow. Actually, both those guys, Tursky and Crow, had a rough start. Just kind of came out a little bit too hot. I think they both realized it was an issue, and because they were bobbling around, it allowed Paul Smale to hop in there, and with a great finish. It was flawless from start to finish.
Paul Smale, your top male athlete here in this heat. Denise Moore came in at about 30 seconds, Annie.
She came in just ahead of Patty McGill. Both of those ladies will beat Kathy Teal, who set the previous heat time earlier today with 35 seconds. So both those ladies edge out Kathy Teal.
We get a 90-second rest here before we start event number 11. And as far as the men's competition is concerned now, Tony Tursky has a much bigger cushion on John Crow than he had coming into the event, because Tursky was towards the front of the event. I think he finished second or third there, whereas John Crow was the last man left on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, John Crow has a lot of work ahead of him, and I think it's going to come down to what is he going to do with those bar muscle-ups? Is he going to decide to do the bar muscle-up, or is he going to try and do the alternate version of this? We talked to him last night. He said that bar muscle-ups aren't his greatest movement. So across the floor, I think there's really going to be a shuffle, at least as far as like the placers in this event.
The second half of these back-to-back events named after the quote from Anchorman, "Go F yourself, San Diego." 3 rounds of the bar muscle-ups, or remember the option to do burpee pull-ups or burpee chest-to-bar pull-ups, thrusters, and then the 50-foot Tsunami bag lunge up and back the competition floor. And there is Patty McGill, who is one event away from locking up the championship here.
5, 3, 2, 1, go. Here they go.
We'll start on the men's side of the floor, where a lot of the pressure was just taken off Tursky in that event.
Tursky's able to string some together, whereas, oh my goodness, John Crow's having a rough time getting his done. But look at that, right to the thrusters. Tursky's already nice and warmed up. And the only other person that's on the floor with them, at least to start with, Thomas Johnson over there in lane number 1. Tursky looks fantastic, though, getting all the way down, locking that all the way up. And you can just see these points just diminishing with John Crow over there in the back as he had the switches to those burpee pull-ups.
You have to complete 4 burpee chest to bar pull-ups for every bar muscle up. So 12 burpee chest to bar pull-ups for John Crow. As now Tony Tursky is going to, looks like he's going to run away with the championship for the 60 to 64-year-old men.
So we see Tursky right there. You can see him. He's dealing with that shuffle of the slosh pipe, bobbling back and forth. There's one other athlete on the floor that's actually showing how to hold that if you want to take that out, and that's all the way over in lane number 3. I'm sorry, where he's holding the bag straight up and down, and that completely reduces that slosh.
Let's go check in with the women. We're in lane 17, Annie. It's Jarka Giangiulio, who is your leader.
And Jarka was able to complete 2 of those bar muscle-ups, which, as we saw, the time needed to complete that versus the time needed to complete 8 burpee pull-ups. It just puts her so far ahead. Even at singles, look at Jarka. She's in the top right-hand side of your screen, gets up on that bar, just saves her so much time. Sarah Bell had the previous time to beat 7:59 in a heat earlier today, and right now it looks like Jarka is on track to definitely beat that time of 7:59.
She is in her second round of 9 thrusters and all by herself in the lead here.
None of the ladies are even back to the pull-up bar yet.
Over in lane 11, on the left side of your screen, overall leader Patty McGill. She has a huge lead, but she was limping a little bit as she headed back up bar. The women can either do 2 bar muscle ups, a total of 8 burpee chest to bar pull-ups, or 10 burpee pull-ups.
Yeah, you can see Patty seems to kind of be staying away from that right leg right now. On our left, her right leg. Not sure if something happened on one of the thrusters or maybe on one of the lunges. The good news for Patty is this is the end of the competition. All she needs to do is just keep moving, even if it's slow, and she'll still stay on top of that leaderboard.
Let's go back over to the men where Tony Tursky continues to lead, marching his way towards a competition victory here at the 2021 Legends Championship.
So he has a nice enough padding across the rest of the field that he doesn't have to win this event. And right now he's actually sitting in 3rd in this heat because we have some other guys over on the far side of the floor that are ahead of him. But he's moving great. So you see him setting up. He's getting ready for his bar muscle ups over here. Even though we have 2 athletes on the very far side of the floor in lanes 1 and 2 that are on their final march of the bag. But Tony Tursky on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that battle with him and John Crow. Tursky's doing the bar muscle up. John Crow's having to do the optional version. And then your leaders in the heat are coming down right there, lane number 2, that's Greg Beams, and right behind him is Thomas Johnson over there in lane number 1.
And it's going to be Greg Beams in lane 2 who takes the win. Thomas Johnson is now across the finish line. So Beams is going to get 100 points. As Tony Tursky is now on his final 50-foot lunge down and back. And he looks to stand atop the podium here as the 60 to 64-year-old champion in the men's division.
Unbelievable. Look at that tempo. And he is literally leaving John Crow in the dust as he's just marching down the floor to finish up his weekend with a punch of the buzzer.
Jarka Giangiulio is across for the 60 to 64-year-old women, and she demolished that event.
Demolished that. She did singles on those bar muscle-ups, but I mean the difference in 2 single bar muscle-ups versus 8 burpee pull-ups was significant. She was fast on those thrusters and steady on those lunges. Great job for Jarka.
Meanwhile, Tony Tursky came across the finish line. That should lock up the championship for him. Greg Beams is the man who got in the fastest in that heat. 4 minutes, 7 seconds for Beams.
you see right next to Tursky, you can see behind him, Patty McGill is standing on her finish mat, yet she unfortunately has not been able to finish this event. It looks like either leg or back has been injured. Again, I think Patty had a big enough lead that she's just fine, and smart decision on her part to just call it quits. Never fun to end a competition, though, by being taken out.
Totally.
I'm sure there's a little bit of worry in Patty's mind about the points there that she's losing.
The good news for Patty McGill is that the woman right behind her in the overall standings coming into this event, Debbie Corwin, is still on the floor. And meanwhile, John Crow is continuing to slog through his burpee chest to bar pull-ups.
I mean, the nice thing for John is that there are athletes on the floor that are also doing the same alternate version. So he's going to be in the mix. But still, that was a lot of points. And knowing that those two are that close, I mean, it was a swing and a miss for sure.
And we talked to John last night, and he said that the bar muscle-ups were going to be a problem for him. In lane 14 for the women, Debbie Brooks just came across the finish line inside the 8-minute time cap. Down in lane 18, Cecile Cripps is now across. In lane 12, there's Debbie Corwin.
I got my eye on Teresa Demick. Teresa's in.
Teresa Demick is in.
And lane 19, moving
3 women have yet to finish this event.
She can.
Patty McGill is
Trisha Calero.
not even moving, as we mentioned earlier. She looked like she was dealing with some sort of leg issue. She was limping up and down the floor here. In lane 13, Denise Moore is now in. 10 seconds left.
5, 3.
It's now John Crow working through his thrusters. In lane 7, that's Bill Johnson, who is trying to get in inside the 8-minute time cap.
For 4 amazing days of competition and
We'll have to wait and see what happens with the points with the women, but Patty McGill probably did enough
please make your way.
to hang on to first place overall. We know that Tony Tursky is going to be your 2021 Legends champion for the 60 to 64-year-old age group.
What a great finish by both those athletes. Even Patty McGill, I mean, hammering all the way. The fact that you can do that and give yourself that much padding to be able to say, oh, okay,
Right.
there's my insurance, and
And
I'll
then-
use that now.
Exactly, and of all times for something like this to happen in the last event, and not even the heavy thrusters event right before, but in that last event, lucky for Patty, I think, like you said, Bill, she had a big enough cushion that she's going to be okay.
That's a deal.
Remember, you can check all results and leaderboards for this competition at strongest.com and stay up to date with everything that's going on in this competition.
That's a deal itself.
All the leaderboards and all the results from every age group can be found again at strongest.com as we will reset and get ready for the final heat of the 55 to 59-year-old age group. Men and women still on the floor at the same time. For the men, there's a good battle for the third and final spot on the podium. Michael DePlaga comes in with a 10-point lead over Rick Dunham for that third place position. Dunham will be in lane number 7. DePlaga will be in lane 8. Gregory Wheat is your overall leader, solidly in first place overall. Just needs to avoid a total disaster here in these final 2 events. On the women's side, there's a great battle on top of the overall leaderboard between Shanna Bunce, Christy Lunny, and Rose Wall. Bunce is your overall leader with 702 points. Christy Lunny is only 22 points back of her, and Rose Wall is just 6 points back of Lunny. Pam Kalahuahe still has a chance of winding up on the podium. She is just 2 points back of Rose Wall. Kalahuahe, pardon me, win in one of the earlier heats. So her scores put her in 4th place right now, but that will change as scores are updated here in the final heat. The final 2 events, back-to-back challenges. We have a quick thruster ladder, and then the bar muscle-ups and the thrusters and that diabolical tsunami bag.
And I just really love how we have 2 very different events back-to-back. And it's funny because like the last couple heats, they're so amped after the first part. They're ready to go before the rest, like when the rest starts.
Right, exactly.
Caged animals, these masters.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, and they're all running for the pole bars.
Right.
Like, no, 3, 2, 1, stop.
No, rest.
The reps on the thruster ladder are 5, 4, and 3. There's only 3 barbells out there, so it's 5, 4, and 3 on 3 barbells, that increase in weight. And then when we get to the second event, the men can perform 5 bar muscle-ups or 4 burpee chest-to-bar pull-ups per rep. The women can do 3 bar muscle-ups or 4 burpee pull-ups per rep. So if you don't have those bar muscle-ups, you're going to spend a lot of time on that pull-up bar.
Break or make movement right now.
Oh, yeah, it is.
The amount of time you will lose by having to do those burpee pull-ups is huge. And this is an age division where I think we're going to see some separation, just like Tursky. Those 3 bar muscle-ups set him so far ahead of John Crow.
For the men, the battle to watch will be in lanes 7 and 8. That's where Rick Dunham and Michael DePlaga are working. For the women, lanes 11, 12, and 13. Bunce, Lunny, and Wall. All fighting for position inside the top 3.
10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, go!
Thruster ladder is underway. 65 pounds, 105 pounds, 145 for the men, 45 pounds, 70 pounds, 100 pounds for the women.
And
on the men's side, it's Michael DePlaga who got to the second barbell first.
And Michael DePlaga, he needs it, but I'll tell you what, he's built for this event. Very short, very powerful, so short range of motion, and he is going to hammer the field on the floor.
DePlaga is in, and he will win the heat. Right behind him, though, is Rick Dunham. For the women, it was Lynette Trowery who came across. In the battle between Wall, Lunny, and Bunce, Wall finishes first, Lunny is next, and then Bunce is third. So now things get really interesting heading into that final event, Annie.
And the question is, were any of those ladies ahead of Pam Kalahuavehe, who set the time to beat earlier today with 30 seconds? So she will also play into where these women end up points-wise.
The winner of the event will earn 100 points. Second place gets 94, third gets 88. And then the margin drops to 4 points between spacing, as fourth place will receive 84 points. So as you mentioned, Annie, that could be big as far as how that affects the deficit. Michael DePlaga did what he needed to do in winning that heat.
He didn't only win the heat, but he beat the fastest time set. So that's a great position for him to give that 10-point cushion that he had over Rick Dunham, just a little bit more padding. Who knows what's going to happen on this next setup? We know that Dunham has much longer legs than DePlaga, so those lunges may play to an effect depending who has the bar muscle-ups.
With DePlaga winning that event, he'll pick up 6 points on Dunham, assuming Dunham finished in second. So now a 16-point cushion between DePlaga and Dunham for third place. Shanna Bunce hoping to hang on to first place overall on the women's side. She came in with 702 points. She was 22 points up on Christy Lunny, who finished ahead of her in that last event. So Bunce still with a cushion over Lunny, but it now has decreased with one heat remaining.
Well, and what I'm wondering right now, Sean, is does Bunce have bar muscle-ups? Does Lunny have bar muscle-ups? Because if Lunny does and Bunce doesn't, this is going to be a significant shift in points between these ladies.
And remember, if you cannot do those 3 bar muscle-ups for the women, you have to do 4 burpee pull-ups per rep, so 12 total.
The amount of time that takes versus 3 bar muscle-ups is significant.
2, 1, go.
Final event, final heat underway for the 55 to 59-year-old women. Lanes 11, 12, and 13 is where you want to keep your eyes. And all 3 of those women are going with the bar muscle-ups. They have to do 3 here, as in lane 12, Lunny failing her second attempt.
And Wall goes unbroken, as does Bunce. Christy Lunny has 2 of 3 reps done, but look, right behind Rose Wall, Colette Cowan got 3 reps of bar muscle-ups done as well.
10 reps here at 65 pounds for the women. And it's Rose Wall along with Leslie Vogel who will be first with that Tsunami bag, but Shanna Bunce is not far behind. The Tsunami bag has to be held in the front rack position. Meanwhile, over on the men's side, Michael DePlaga is winning the battle with Dunham right now.
Yeah, he because of his bar muscle-ups, where his Dunham had to struggle with them, he was able to get up in the front. Now he's running in second right now in his heat behind Caporale right there in the black shirt. But look at the way he's moving. Very strong. And again, I knew the thrusters for DePlaga would not be an issue. I knew the lunges wouldn't be an issue. I was curious on what his bar muscle-ups were going to look like. But take a look at the way he does them. Now, one thing I started to see was that little chicken wing. Usually that shows some fatigue. So I don't know if this is going to affect him going into that 3rd round, but you can see it's already starting to bring him down off the bar in this 2nd round.
Well, DePlaga is on his 2nd round of bar muscle-ups. Rick Dunham is completing his first of 3 lunges. 2 reps remain for DePlaga here in round 2 of his bar muscle-ups, and here comes Dunham heading back to the pull-up bar.
And if we see DePlaga failing the way, or doing singles the way he is, I just know that Dunham's going to have even that much hard of a time. But I tell you what, Caporale just looks amazing on his bar muscle-up, and he's already done with his thrusters, and he's back on the bag. Look at DePlaga cycling through those thrusters, no problem at all. Did great on the event number 10 with the thrusters. Just looks solid as he's making his way up. And he is just putting more and more distance between him and Rick Dunham with the power of those thrusters and on these lunges.
Let's go back to the women's side. When we left this competition, it was Rose Wall and Leslie Vogel out front, Annie.
Right, and actually Shanna Bunce was able to make up some time on Leslie Vogel on the lunge. But look at this, Sean. Now Shanna Bunce has had to move over to those burpee pull-ups. Leslie Vogel still doing bar muscle-ups. Rose Wall still doing bar muscle-ups. Christy Lunny still doing bar muscle-ups. And Colette Cowan still doing bar muscle-ups. These are huge points, a lot of seconds that Shanna Bunce is losing between herself, Christy Lunny, and Rose Wall.
So if Christy Lunny can hang on here and get a lot of people between herself and Shanna Bunce, she has a chance of winding up on top of the podium.
And that is exactly what's happening right now, Sean. Leslie Vogel is on her last set of thrusters. While she may not be in contention for the podium, she is really helping out Christy Lunny and Rose Wall, putting herself in between Shanna Bunce and all of those ladies.
Rose Wall in lane 13. She's now on the right side of your screen, has completed her 3rd set of thrusters, and now to the Tsunami bag for the final time as Shanna Bunce is just wrapping up round 2. So this could really shake things up in the overall standings, as also in lane 12, Krista Lunny is on her final lunge.
Look at this, Leslie Vogel, she's on the right-hand side of your screen. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Phenomenal performance from Leslie Vogel. And look at Rose Wall making a hard charge up the leaderboard.
Rose Wall is now in. Lunny is getting set to finish. And remember, both Wall and Lunny beat Bunce in the last event. And Bunce is back to bar muscle-ups. He has one to go, so doing a little damage control here, but she has got to hurry.
And another lady, you can see her, she's cleaning that Tsunami bag up right now on the right-hand side of your screen. Colette Cowan is also putting herself in between Shauna Bunce and these other ladies, and that's doing Christy Lunny some huge favors.
Remember, coming into these back-to-back events, Shanna Bunce had just a 22-point lead over Christy Lunny. Lunny was able to carve into that in event 10, and she's taken another big chunk out of it here in event number 11 as Bunce is back onto the barbell for the final time.
I don't know what happened with Bunce on that second set of bar muscle-ups, because she had the third set of bar muscle-ups but ended up going to burpee pull-ups on that second round.
Colette Cowan came across the finish line now. So more people getting in between Christy Lunny and Shanna Bunce. Bunce is on her final lunge as over on the men's side, Michael DePlaga on the barbell for the final time.
Yeah, Michael DePlaga got passed up on those bar muscle-ups by Rick Dunham. So we've already had 3 other men pass them by because they weren't able to do those bar muscle-ups. So that we're right now battling for 4th and 5th. And Dunham, who had been behind DePlaga this entire time, was able to get through his bar muscle-ups, and now he is finishing up his last little bit of this march, leaving DePlaga back on the field. Not what DePlaga wanted, and those points got mixed up for those guys.
Well, the good news for DePlaga is that some other men have now come across the finish line, so the gap between between spots in this event has decreased to 4 points. So DePlaga, remember, 16 points up on Dunham coming into this event after his win in event number 10. So DePlaga may have done enough in event number 10 to hang on to that final spot on the podium, but he's got to get across the finish line as fast as he possibly can here. And now DePlaga is in at 6:53.
Here comes Miss Charlie. 1 minute on the clock, athletes.
Over on the women's side, Shanna Bunce got across the finish line.
The question is, Sean, did she do enough to keep herself ahead of Christy Lunny? And we won't know until all the scores are in.
Lunny and Wall could not have asked for a better scenario. They were able to beat Bunce in event 10, and then they both beat her again in event 11 and got help in the process.
And as fun as it is to see somebody dominate, a good race is even that much more fun. So great job from Shanna Bunce, but even better to see Lunny and Rose Wall make a real good push right at the last event there.
Final 5 seconds of this event, and the 55 to 59-year-olds will be finished with their 4 days of competition, and now we will wait for the official results. And remember to keep up to date on everything going on with the 2021 Legends Championship. You can go to strongest.com to see all the scores and leaderboards for every division here. And Michael DePlaga hoping that he did enough to keep himself on the podium.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. We're going to have to juggle around a whole bunch of points because the way it finished out, not only in the first event, but also in the second event, with the way that so many athletes finished ahead of them, that is definitely going to be a shuffle. So make sure you guys tend to those scoreboards to find out exactly what those results will be.
The 50 to 54-year-old final heat is up next. And with the second part of these back-to-back challenges, named after one of the most famous quotes from the movie Anchorman, "Go F yourself, San Diego," there is no longer an option for the athletes to do burpee pull-ups. It's 5 bar muscle-ups for the men, 3 bar muscle-ups for the women. The thruster weight increases to 85 for the men and 55 for the women in that second half of the event. And they now perform 12 reps. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men and women here at the 2021 Legends Championship. '21 Legends Championship in San Diego, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler and Annie Sakamoto. The final heat for the 50 to 54-year-olds is up next. Back-to-back events here, starting with that thruster ladder, 5, then 4, then 3 reps on increasingly heavier barbells, and then a 90-second break before we get into event number 11. Both the men and the women will be on the floor at the same time. And for the men, Matt Chia and Wes Snyder come into these back-to-back events dead even for the top spot on the overall standing, 732 points apiece. They will be in lanes 9 and in lanes 10. Over on the women's side of the competition, Keely Ellers is your overall leader coming into this event. She has an 18-point lead on Carrie Sandoval for first place. Cindy Hinkle currently sits in third. They will be in lanes 11 through 13.
I think Carrie Sandoval is going to be eagerly hunting down Keely Ellers. It'll be hard to see if she can make up those 18 points, but as we saw in the 55 to 59-year-old division, if you get enough people in between you and the person you're hunting, those points are possible.
You know, and over on the men's side, that tied position between Matt and Wes. Wes has been the more consistent, but Matt's had more wins and more top 5 finishes. So it is real. I mean, you talk about coming down to the wire. This is going to be that. And I think both of these athletes, both can do well. So I just expect them to be, I mean, truly head-to-head in both of these events. And man, the points are going to be so tight at the end of this.
And you mentioned that Chia had more event wins than Schneider. That is why Chia is technically in first place. He has 3 event wins, whereas Schneider has just 1. Schneider won event number 8, his best finish, obviously, of the weekend.
Now, just based on these two athletes, I'm going to have to say that I want to put Chia to win the first event for sure, just because of range of motion difference between the two. Now, Snyder can shorten that up. He can go a wide base. It's not not heavy in the beginning, but he can be smart about that. But when it comes down to that bar muscle-up, I know Schneider has very nice bar muscle-ups as well as Chia.
The weight on the barbell for the men on this thruster ladder will go from 85 pounds to 125 to 175. For the women, we go from 55 to 85 to 115.
Athletes, hand on the rig. Hand on the rig. You will go on 9 hand drops. If you false start, everyone comes back. The second false start is on that individual. They are out. 10 seconds. On my hand drop, eyes on me.
We will keep our eyes on the middle of the floor. That is where the battles are taking place for those final spots.
1,
On the
go.
podium in the battle for first place on the men's side. We are underway.
This is our men and women. 50 to 50.
Matt Chia is in the middle of your screen. He's going to be to the second barbell just ahead of Schneider. And for the women, Keely Ellers got to the second barbell a little bit ahead of Carrie Sandoval. Now Chia is done, Ellers is done. Final 3 reps. Chia in ahead, just ahead of Schneider, and I think Sandoval may have just beaten now Ellers to the buzzer. We didn't have some other men finish towards the lanes on the far side of the floor, but in that battle between Chia and Schneider, Chia does get the best of him.
Well, here's the thing. They both got to the podium at the same time, but I think Snyder may have hit the button before Matt did.
We'll have to wait for the official results, but that was close, as was the race between Sandoval and Ellers, Annie.
It was the same exact thing, Sean. Both ladies finished right at about the same time. I'll be interested to see who hit that buzzer first.
Oh, my.
Officially, it was Schneider who got to the buzzer first. So now going into the final event, Schneider will have a lead over Chia, and it looks like it might only be 4 points, and that's because we had some men on the far side of the floor finish.
3, 2, 1, time.
In the women's battle, Sandoval did get across just before Ellers.
Oh, crucial points for Carrie Sandoval right there.
Sandoval came in trailing Ellers by 18 points, so she creeps a little bit closer for first place overall and has a chance to move ahead of Ellers and win the championship here at the 2021 Legends Championship competition.
1 minute.
you know, Keely Ellers got to that final barbell just a little bit quicker than Carrie Sandoval did, but it was Carrie's ability to move that final weight a little bit better that caught her right up to Keely Ellers. Oh!
Ooh. Wow.
Who wants to call that? Luckily, there's a chip, and it's totally technical. No human can take credit or blame for that finish.
And now in event 11, there is no more option to do burpee pull-ups or burpee chest-to-bar pull-ups. The men will need to perform 5 bar muscle-ups. The women need to do 3, and they will each do 12 reps on their respective barbells on the thrusters. 85 pounds for the men, 55 pounds for the women.
Stand by. Eyes open, 5, 3, 2, 1, go!
Matt Chia versus Wes Schneider. The championship on the line here in San Diego, and it's Wes Schneider who has the lead right now over Chia in points.
And there goes Chia just on the right-hand side of your screen with the black tank top. Wes Snyder right to the left of him in the gray. Now, one of the things that Snyder's doing, he's a lot longer on his bar muscle-up, so it is slower. It's not an issue of if they have them in this field. It's a matter of how fast can they do them. So right here, Matt Chia has a shorter range of motion. He needs to make sure he doesn't blow out round number 1 because it really want to have a lot of power and speed in round number 3.
Pretty even between Chia and Schneider here in round 1. Over on the women's side, it is dead even between Ellers and Sandoval, Annie.
And Christy Hinkle has put herself in the mix between these ladies. And again, although the race for first right now is between Ellers and Sandoval, Hinkle could put a crinkle in that race.
Well done.
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Day 4, boys. I'm just getting started.
It only took you 4 days, but we got there.
I'm a slow learner.
But Sandoval is going to have to beat Ellers in this event, and as Annie mentioned, she's going to need to get some help in the process in order to move ahead of Ellers and into first place overall. On the men's side, Matt Chia now heading back to the rig. He's on the right side of your screen. He is just ahead of Wes Schneider, Bill.
Now, one of the things that Snyder's doing is he's being very intentional about his rest. I see him just kind of watching the field, not trying to overextend himself, but Matt Chia is not taking any chances. He went right to the bar and gets right to work, and I think that that's something that Matt needs to do because he doesn't only need to beat Wes Snyder, he needs to get some people between him and Wes Snyder to make that jump.
Back on the women's side, where Carrie Sandoval got to the barbell just ahead of Ellers, but Hinkle is still there as well.
Well, right now, Sandoval and Hinkle are pretty much team. They're going synchro on their thrusters. Sandoval's just a little bit faster on her bar muscle-ups, but Hinkle's moving just a little bit faster on that lunge. Again, Sandoval needs to stay ahead of Hinkle and keep Hinkle between herself and Ellers if she has any shot at getting on top of that podium.
Second of 3 50-foot lunges with that Tsunami bag. It has to be held in that front rack position. And Sandoval and Hinkle done it about the same time. Sandoval and Hinkle making the turn at the same time with Ellers right behind them.
Ellers knows what's at stake for her right now, losing that top spot, and she really has to grind through these lunges because both Sandoval and Hinkle are much faster than she is on those bar muscle-ups.
And they're both heading back to the rig for their final set of 3 bar muscle-ups. Meanwhile, on the men's side, Bill, Matt Chia has opened up a little bit of a lead on Schneider here.
Yeah, his tempo looks spectacular as he's going down past the Wes Snyder, who's taking a rest. Now, here's the thing. They're not 1 and 2 as they go into the heat. They're more like 5th and 6th. So it's going to put them very similar to what we saw in that first event. So all Matt needs to do is stay ahead of Wes Snyder, and he's going to be able to flip-flop those points that happened in the last event.
And we think the deficit between the two of them is 4 points. If that is the case, and they do finish 5th and 6th, Chia will only make up 4 points. Then it comes to a tie break, and event wins.
Matt Chia looking great on those bar muscle-ups, decided to finish those up, and that was a great finish. And I can just see Wes Snyder in the background is literally breaking down, shaking his head, totally stopping. We have all the other athletes on the floor working, but this right here is Matt Chia trying to get those points and trying to get some more people between him and Wes Snyder to make up those points that he lost in that last event.
Back over on the women's side, we're now Ehlers and Sandoval neck and neck on their final lunge, Annie.
Oh, Carrie Sandoval is doing exactly what she needs to do, but Ehlers has now been able to pass Cindy Hinkle. She doesn't need to beat Sandoval necessarily to hold the lead, but you can tell she's trying in a race to the finish. Oh,
and
another photo.
Dead.
Oh!
Ehlers got a no rep. She's got to go back. But Sandoval finished. No one has finished since. So Ehlers, that is not detrimental, but that could have been huge had Hinkle been there.
Exactly. Luckily for Ehlers, Cindy Hinkle was far enough back that it wasn't as costly of a mistake as it could have been for Keeley.
Let's go back to the men's side. Matt Chia now, Bill, getting set to finish up.
Matt Chia about to hit his buzzer, and I believe that's 7th place in this heat. So that was a great way for Matt Chia to finish that position up. Still seeing that Wes Snyder is just getting to his last, down and back with that bag. And again, look how exhausted Wes is.
Now we still have times from prior heats that could factor in here. So Snyder's got to hurry up.
For Snyder, he needs to get moving. For Chia, he's hoping the West takes another break to let a couple other guys in there to get those extra points.
Snyder is done with his first 25 feet.
And again, those long steps that Wes Snyder's taking trying to finish this weekend up. Drops that bag, one last punch on the buzzer, and he is done for the weekend. Buttons, guys. Hit the buttons, guys.
Last button of the weekend.
2 minutes to go here. We still have some athletes working as we try to sort everything out that just happened. Wes Snyder may not have done enough to hold off Matt Chia. Snyder had the lead going into that event, but Chia able to beat Snyder here in event 11. And if it comes down to a tiebreak, Chia had more event wins than Snyder did, although Snyder did win that last event, but I don't think it's going to be enough to tie him as far as event wins are concerned with Chia.
Right, that was one of the things that Chia had in his little cap, was that insurance of more success, more wins throughout the weekend. So even though Wes may have got the win on that last event, it's not going to be enough to cover Matt's wins.
Meanwhile, it was Sandoval in that race with Ehlers. Sandoval needed to beat Ehlers to overtake her for the top spot on the leaderboard, which she did, but I don't know if she got the help that she needed, Annie.
She did it in both races, Sean, both events, 10 and 11. She just edged out Ehlers. The problem was there wasn't enough people. There wasn't anybody in between Sandoval and Ehlers, and that's where I don't know if Carrie made up enough points over Ehlers to overtake her.
Sandoval was able to finish in 4 minutes, 29 seconds, and give credit to Ehlers for putting on a great push there at the end.
Definitely. You know, Carrie was so much better at the bar muscle-ups, but Ehlers just really gritted it out on both the thrusters and the lunges. She was actually almost able to catch Carrie at the very end there, but that costly little dropping the bag early made that race a little bit tighter going into the final points.
Amy Simpson is trying to get across the finish line. She's got 8 seconds to finish the event. She's got to have one final lunge. She's across. She hits the buzzer, and she will make it. So every athlete in this heat gets inside the 8 minutes. But Matt Chia will beat Wes Snyder in event 11. Did not win the event, but won the race he needed to. Keely Ehlers on the right side of your screen, hoping that she did enough to hang on to the top spot in the overall standings and win the 2021 Legends Championship for the 50 to 54-year-old division.
What a phenomenal race on both sides of that age division, huh, Bill?
Just back and forth battles between those athletes all weekend long. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't fun for them, but it was really fun for us.
You can head to strongest.com to check out all the scores and leaderboards for every division here at the 2021 Legends Championship. We're going to take a short break, but stay with us here in San Diego, California. Action continues here on the final day of competition for the 2021 Legends Championship. Events 10 and 11 up next for the 45 to 49-year-olds, the final heat for that division. And we're going to start with that thruster ladder. The weight for the women goes from 95 to 135 to 185. Pardon me, for the men, and then for the women it goes from 65 to 95 to 125 pounds on the final barbell.
You know, that first event, precision and power, where you know you have to be strong, you know you got to be fast, but you cannot make a mistake on the rep, or, hey, guess what? There's a buzzer at the end of the thing. Push the button when you get to the finish line to stop your time, you guys. Don't let those seconds go by, because if you do, you're going to go from first to eighth that fast.
Yep.
Men and women on the floor at the same time. Your overall leaders will be right in the middle. Jason Grubb, your overall leader for the men. Jess Manfro for the women. And we are underway. 5 repetitions to open things up here.
Ooh, we've got people moving on. Look at those barbells flying up and down on the men's side. Looks like the pistons in an engine.
Mike Kern for the men in lane 8 is one of your leaders. He sits in 3rd place overall right now. Maybe trying to get himself into 2nd. And Kern is in. That's going to be big for him. And it's Jen Dieter who got across first for the women. And that is big for Dieter. Dieter 2nd place overall. And she has been making a methodical march up the leaderboard. She came in 46 points back of Manfro. So she will continue to carve into that lead. But heading into the final event here for Dieter, she's going to need to win and get some help to catch Manfro.
Well, and actually, Sean, she did get a little help. Velvet Minnick in one of the heats prior came in at 32 seconds. Dieter came in at 31. Manfro was definitely after Velvet Minnick from the earlier heat. So those were, that's a great points for Jen Dieter that she needed.
Dieter in at 30.4 seconds, Manfro in at 34.8. And as you mentioned, Annie, so possible in an event that fast for some people to slide in there and help out Jen Dieter. Mike Kern, meanwhile, gets the event win, picks up 100 points. Kern coming into this event was in the 3rd place overall with 704 points, only trailed Jeremiah Head by 14 for 2nd.
That's massive. And I tell you what, him being in first, and Jeremiah wasn't in the top 3. In fact, Jason Grubbs, I think, was 3rd in that position when. So Jeremiah dropped down. We could have a swap at that number 2's position.
Well, here are your lane assignments heading into the 11th and the final event for the 45 to 49-year-old athletes. The men will be in lanes 1 through 10. Jeremiah Head and Mike Kern right next to each other in lanes 8 and in lanes 9. Kern trying to overtake Head for 2nd place overall. Grubb pretty safe in 1st. For the women, they will be in lanes 11 through 20. Jess Manfro trying to hold off a charging Jen Dieter. They will be in lanes 11 and 12. Jen Botcher also fighting with Tia Gebby for the 3rd and final spot on the podium. Botcher was just 26 points up on Gebby for 3rd. There is Jen Dieter, who came in 2nd place overall, trailed Jess Manfro by 46 points coming into these final 2 events and has been creeping closer. But the question is, will she be able to do enough here in these final 2 events?
Well, not only was that event win big for Dieter, but I believe there was at least 3, possibly 4 women that came in between her and Jess Manfro. So much needed points for Jen Dieter.
If Dieter won that event, which we believe she did, she'd pick up 100 points. And if 4 people got in between her and Manfro, Dieter could pick up 20 points on Manfro. So it looks like it's pretty close right now going into the final event. And we are underway for the men and women. They will each complete 7 reps on the bar muscle-ups and then 12 reps on the thrusters, 95 pounds and 65 pounds.
But due to a costly no rep for Jen Dieter, Manfro moves in front of her onto this first barbell and set of thrusters.
Well, Dieter with a much faster pacer on the barbell than Manfro.
Dieter did a great job, even in the first part of this event where she didn't even stand all the way up on that first squat clean. She went right into the bottom of the squat for that first thruster.
And Dieter able to make up ground on Manfro, the 2 of them moving to the Tsunami bag at the same time has to be held in the overhead position now.
And you can see Jen Botcher coming to her Tsunami bag just ahead of Tia Gebby. She's trying to keep Tia behind her.
Remember the race between Tia Gebby and Jen Botcher for third place. That's taking place in lanes 13 and 14. And right now, it's Botcher who is ahead of Gebby.
And it looks like Jess Manfro is going to make it back to the pull-up bar ahead of Jen Dieter. But again, it was Jen Dieter's no rep that allowed Jess Manfro to get ahead of her. So as long as Dieter can not lose a rep, she could repass Manfro in this set of bar muscle-ups.
Let's go back to the men, where Mike Kern and Jeremiah Head are locked into a very tight battle here, Bill.
You know, all three of these guys, Grubbs, Kern, and Head, have been very, very close. Obviously, Jason Grubb, with his ability on those bar muscle-ups, he keeps able to move ahead. But the long legs of Jeremiah Head and Mike Kern have been able to make up a lot of distance on those lunges. So very strong on the thrusters. And again, for Jeremiah Head, he wants to stay ahead of Mike Kern, especially after Mike had that great last event. Jason Grubb moving up ahead of those guys. He's actually in second place in the heat, but is moving very solid. Now, this is about the same position that we had in the last round with Kern and Head right behind him about this far, and both of those guys were able to make up the distance on the lunge.
Let's go back to the women, where Jen Dieter and Jess Manfro are both on the barbell for the second time. That's the battle for first. In the battle for third right now, Annie, it's Jen Botcher who is ahead of Tia Gebby.
Right, and round two is playing out almost exactly like round one for these ladies, where Jen Dieter was hit with a costly no rep on those bar muscle-ups again. That allowed Jess Manfro to get off that pull-up bar ahead of Dieter. But Dieter is so much faster on her thruster. She pulls that bar down.
She got hit with a no rep right at the beginning of that first part of that 50-foot lunge down the floor.
And you know, Sean, there's a difference between moving fast and moving frantically. And sometimes when you move too frantically, it costs you some no reps. So Dieter just needs to stay smooth.
Dieter slightly ahead of Manfro. And it's Jen Botcher in the white tank top heading back down the floor, who is ahead of Tia Gebby in that battle for the final spot on the podium.
It's exactly where Botcher needs to be. She just needs to keep herself ahead of Tia Gebby. She has less than 25 feet. Tia's not even to her second sandbag yet.
And there is Jen Botcher, who came in with a 26-point lead over Gebby for the final spot on the podium.
And here goes Jen Dieter starting her third and final set of bar muscle-ups.
Here comes Grubb for home.
Let's go back to the men's side of things, where Jason Grubb is looking to close out his event. Mike Kern and Jeremiah Headbill are neck and neck as Grubb is across the finish line.
And you know, he's a champ for a reason. He paced that perfectly and was able to really negative split that entire thing. Second place was over on the far side, Bradley Pritchard. But in third, flying through these lunges, is Jeremiah Head. And he's basically tied right now with Mike DeVour. But look at those long legs by Jeremiah Head stepping through, and he makes the touch.
Head
right
is
behind
in, and now here comes Kern.
And Kern is right in the mix. I tell you what, these points are so close. I need an abacus right now, Sean. I need my abacus.
Let's go back to the women's side.
Jen Dieter has opened up a sizable lead ahead of Jess Manfro on those thrusters now. The question is, can she make up enough points between herself and Manfro to overtake that first place position? I don't know that she can, considering Manfro is the second woman behind Dieter. But Dieter's having such a good show on this event. She needs to just pick that sandbag up and finish out with an event win.
Here comes Jen Dieter, and remember, Dieter may have gotten some help in event number 10 and really cutting down that lead that Manfro had over her for first place. But Dieter controlling everything that she can right now and looking to win this event. Jen Botcher is in the lead over Taya Gebbe for that third spot on the podium. Now here comes Jen Dieter for the final time. Now Dieter is in, and she will finish in 6 minutes, 16 seconds. And now we'll wait and see what Jess Manfro can do. Stacy Adams had the top time coming into this event for this age group at 5:58.33. That could be a factor as Manfro is across. Now here comes Botcher as she looks to hang on to a spot on the podium, and she is in.
Definitely. I think that considering she's still ahead of Tia, that will be enough to keep Jen Botcher on the podium. You see Tia's just getting to her Tsunami bag right now. Valiant effort from Tia. Just not quite enough in this final event.
Gebbe on the lunge for the final time. Now all the men have finished as we are approaching just 30 seconds left here in this 8-minute time cap as Taya Gebbe is looking to get across the finish line and beat the time cap. And she will do it.
Great job from Taya Gebbe. Probably not enough to put her on the podium, but again, even just finishing that event, Sean.
Final seconds here of the last heat of action for the 40 to 44-year-old athletes. And this has been a fun way to close out the competition.
Wow,
a lot of great races up and down the floor. Jason Grubb looks like he's going to wind up on top of the podium. Jen Dieter on the right. We'll have to wait and see if she did enough, but she made a methodical charge over the last couple of days, but may just have run out of time. But remember, she got a lot of help in event number 10.
Right, 2 event wins to finish out the 4th and final day. Great job from Jen Dieter. Like you said, I don't know if it was enough at the very end. Maybe if we had one more day of competition, should we add one on? I'm just getting started. Jen's just getting started.
My voice feels great. I said, let's do this.
There's nothing like a Monday competition too, huh?
You know, they've never done that. We can start something new.
A 5-day Masters competition that finishes on a Monday. That sounds popular.
Yeah, you'd have to have it where dinner time was only held at 4:30 though at Denny's. So.
The 45 to 49-year-old age group is done, and now we head to the final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old age group. And we have those same back-to-back events. It's go F yourself, San Diego. Events 10 and 11, we start with the thruster ladder, 5 reps, then 4, then 3, then a 90-second break, and we head into event 11. The bar muscle-ups, the thrusters, and the 50-foot Tsunami bag carry has to be locked out in the overhead position in order for the athlete to lunge up and down the floor.
Judge on 19, please. Judge on 19.
Once again, the men and the women will be on the floor together. David Johnston currently sits in first place overall for the men. He has 716 points. He's 20 points ahead of Austin Medford. Medford able to carve some points off Johnston's lead last night. On the women's side, Val Vobrel all by herself in first place. This will pretty much be a victory lap for her. She has 804 total points. Amanda Cummins, who will be in lane at number 12, sits in second with 744, and it's Sarah Blunk, who is in third at 712. The three of them just trying to avoid a disaster to keep their spots on the podium here.
I might go to Vegas. I'm going to put my money on 2 event wins for Val Vobrel. She proved her strength last night. She got 5th place in that event 8, the strength event. She's a shorter athlete, so she has less range of motion for this first thruster piece. I think Val could go out with 2 wins.
I don't think you're planning on winning a whole lot of money out of that, huh? I don't think.
You don't think anyone's going to bet against me?
I don't think you'll get much against that. No.
The weight on the barbells for the men on the thruster ladder, 95, 135, and then 185 on the final barbell. For the women, it's 65, 95, and 125. We'll keep an eye on lanes 9 and 10 for the men. That's the battle for first place between Medford and Johnston.
2, 1, go! Here it goes!
Johnston and Medford are in the middle of your stream towards the top. Johnson first, just ahead of Medford. Johnson gets to work now on the second barbell. Trying to hold off Austin Medford. Once again, the top middle of your stream. Medford, the man with no shirt. Now Johnson gets to the final barbell first. Right to work for David Johnson, looking to increase his lead over Medford, heading into the final event. And Johnson is in, and he will win the event. And in lane 14 for the women, it's Rebecca Thompson who gets to the buzzer first. Medford was across, but I don't know if someone got in between himself and Johnson there.
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell if it was Johnson, Medford, and then Abbott, almost 1, 2, and 3. So that was tight. I didn't see anyone coming down to the end, but the speed at which Johnson was moving those barbells, he was literally on the last rep, launching it into the air and moving to the next bar. Unreal power on this guy.
Athletes, stay on your start map, please. Lane 4, Andy 10. Lane 3.
Event 11 is up next. We still have yet to hit the time cap for event 1. So the 1 minute 30 mark, you can see the clock in the background. That's when we'll start the 90-second break, and then we head into event number 11, the 3 rounds of the 7-bar muscle-ups, the 15 thrusters for both the men and the women now at 65 and 95, and then the 50-foot overhead tsunami bag lunge.
You know, and I haven't thought that the tsunami bag is going to be an issue for anyone, but what I found, it's not the issue, but it's holding it after all the other stuff. That's the issue. We've seen a lot of top-end athletes, as they're finishing the last lap of the last round, arms are starting to cave and starting to fail. So it all depends on how hard they really push those rounds before that to see what that final lap is going to look like.
Definitely. Val Vobrel, somebody should have bet against me. She did not win that event. Rebecca Thompson came in at 25 seconds. She flew through it, but I do believe Val Vobrel was top 5, so another solid finish from Val.
On the men's side, David Johnson unofficially is going to win that event. He'll pick up 100 points, and there were 2 men between him and Austin Medford, which means that he's going to increase his lead by at least 16, if not more, because remember, earlier in the day, Kaliko Aligo had a time of 25.36 seconds, so now Johnson has really widened his lead over Medford going into this final event, so Medford is going to have to win this event and get a lot of help if he wants to catch Johnson.
Well, I will say this. It's happened twice so far this weekend where Johnson has tripped and fell pretty significantly. I honestly don't think it will happen here, but it has shown that it can.
3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. David Johnson trying to hold off Austin Medford, and Johnson really helped himself in that last event.
Johnson looking nice and strong on these bar muscles, but I have to say we saw that one hand slide off in the beginning. And again, what I've seen so far when he gets in trouble is when something mentally messes him up. So I don't know if that's something that will start to affect him at all, or if he's going to be able to just brush that off and kind of continue his march into the lead here.
Medford and Johnson. Medford on the left, Johnson on the right. Remember, Johnson unofficially won that last event, so he picks up 100 points, and there were some men between him and Medford, so his lead increases by at least 16, if not more, coming into this event, and he had a 20-point lead on Medford to start. Johnson to the tsunami bag first, followed by Medford.
Tight group here on the field with these men all marching. Ooh, and a little bobble. You can see to Johnson right on the right-hand side of the screen. Now, one of the things that I'm seeing is he's stepping and standing up at the top, whereas Medford's not doing that. He's trying to step all the way through. So I like the fact that Medford is taking the chances and trying to really push the tempo on Johnson, because that's what Johnson needs. Push that guy's buttons if you can.
Let's go over to the women's side where Val Vobral is among the leaders here, closing out round at number 1.
Solid first round from Val Vobral, and right next to her, Amanda Cummins is pushing Val Vobral, and we can't see her right now, but down in lane 18, Tiffany Kempton is already on her bar muscle-ups. But you know, it's not how you get through round 1, it's how rounds 2 and 3 go for you. And look at how fast Val Vobral still is on those bar muscle-ups.
You know, think back to the 2014 games. Val Vobral in that 21-15-9 complex finished second to Camille LeBlanc-Bazinet in that event.
And that's not in the Masters division, Sean. That's in the individual division.
Vobral and Cummins and Tiffany Kempton fighting for the lead for the women. They're in round number 2. Back to the men, where David Johnson continues to stay close to Austin Medford, and that's all Johnson needs to do here, Bill.
Johnson looks spectacular as always. Wouldn't expect anything less, but actually in the lead right now on the floor is Brigham Abbott, who just looked, well, I take that back. Just not fast enough on those thrusters, whereas he seemed to really make up a lot of distance on the bar muscle-up. So David Johnson stands up. We'll see what kind of bobble he has, see if he's able to control that slosh a little bit. You see him standing up nice and tall, trying to stop that, but on the right-hand side, Abbott in the all-black goes for broke and just starts stepping him out. So once again, both those athletes are tied as they come make their way back across the course.
Now Abbott looking like he's ahead of Johnson, so Brigham Abbott now in the lead here in this heat, and this is just fine for David Johnson because he doesn't need to win this event. Just stay ahead of Austin Medford, or at least as close to him as you possibly can here.
And I don't know if you saw on the back, but Austin Medford got a little wobbly with that Tsunami bag. I don't know if it's because he's so tall or his arms are so long, but there's a lot of wobble in that guy's step as he's moving.
Let's go back to the women's side where our top 3 are still the same heading into the 3rd and final round here.
Yeah, Tiffany Kempton down in lane 18 is smashing this thing, but you cannot disregard Val Vogel and Amanda Cummins pushing each other in lanes 11 and 12. Val is so fast and smooth on those bar muscle-ups, but Amanda Cummins has been able to catch up to Val on those tsunami bag lunges. Val heading into her final set of 15 thrusters at 65 pounds. Amanda right behind her.
Top 3 remain the same for the women. Over on the men's side, Brigham Abbott and David Johnson remain in front here, Bill.
And Brigham Abbott trying to get through this set unbroken. Looks like Dave Johnson decided to take a break. And the reason is not because the tsunami bag is hard, but that wobble with having to support that up overhead. This, I think, is going to be a really trying moment for Brigham Abbott. He almost failed on the thruster, and you can see him starting to struggle here now on those steps. Smart way to stop for Dave Johnson to take that break, because he's the one that's also struggled a little bit, keeping his arms locked out overhead. But here comes Brigham Abbott with his final lap.
Brigham Abbott approaching that buzzer to close out his event and looks to wind up on the podium here at the 2021 Legends Championship, and he is done. Brigham Abbott, 5:20 to win his heat. David Johnson has 25 feet to go. Meanwhile, Amanda Cummins for the women has finished. Tiffany Kempton was also across, and now Val Vobral will bring home the championship for the 40 to 44-year-old division here at the 2021 Legends Championship, as will that man, David Johnston.
Again, that guy did exactly what he needed to do. He didn't have to win. There wasn't any pressure on him to win. But Austin Medford, who's trying to finish up nice and strong here, has to realize that there were a couple other guys that finished in front of him, so the points that he got just aren't going to help him as much, at least trying to get to Johnson. And I have to see if Abbott is going to make that jump over Medford.
Here comes Austin Medford, who was in second place overall coming into this event. And like you said, Bill, hoping to stay there, but Brigham Abbott really putting some pressure on Medford here in event number 11. Still 90 seconds to go before we hit the 8-minute time cap. Over on the women's side, just to recap, it was Tiffany Kempton who came in first. Amanda Cummins was after her, and then Val Vobrel finishing third in her heat.
And all of those ladies coming in before Victoria Brown's time set in a prior heat of 6:43. Amazing work by all of these ladies. Amanda Cummins, who is here from Ireland, definitely worth the trip over here. You see Rebecca Thompson, who won that event 10. She's going to make it in under the time cap. Rebecca was behind Sarah Blunk and won't be able to overtake her on the scoreboard as Blunk has already finished her event 11 as well. But fantastic performance this weekend from Rebecca Thompson.
And as she does, Val Vobrel is congratulating everybody here. As she put on a clinic over these past 4 days. Just a picture of consistency was Val Vobrel, as we now have 10 seconds remaining here. And it looks like everybody was able to get inside that 8-minute time cap. And there are your unofficial champions, David Johnson on the left and Val Vobrel on the right. David really extended his lead in event 10 and then just stayed close to Medford and was able to finish ahead of him in event 11. And Val Vobrel, another top 5 finish to wrap up the championship.
So fun to watch Val Vobrel compete again. You know, it's amazing how fierce of a competitor she is, for just how sweet she is when she's not on the competition floor. Even on the competition floor, she's smiling and she's, you know, looking at people kindly. She never looks like she's going to rip anybody's head off. She just is that good at everything she does.
One heat remains as we close out the 4th and final day of competition here at the 2021 Legends Championship. Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler, and the fittest woman in the 45 to 49-year-old age group, Annie Sakamoto. The 35 to 39-year-olds are up next as we reset the floor here for the final time. Back-to-back events again, events 10 and 11. Event 10 will be that quick thruster ladder. The reps on the barbell will descend. The weight will go up as they work their way down the floor, and it will be fast. Just a 90-second time cap, but we've been seeing the winners of each heat come in around 30 seconds. We'll get a 90-second reset, and then we'll start the 11th and final event. 3 rounds of the bar muscle-ups, the thrusters, and the 50-foot overhead tsunami bag carry.
And it's just been absolutely phenomenal. How unphenomenal. Very phenomenal.
This is boring.
Ultra phenomenal. How fast these guys are able to go. I was at 30 seconds. My goodness, Sean, what have you been watching? 25 seconds, say it.
I like to round up.
To make yourself feel better.
Wait, you think this is like a master's competition or something? 30 seconds? No. My goodness.
Lena Simons, as both the men and the women, will be on the competition floor at the same time. On the men's side, David Syvertson comes in with the overall lead. He has 712 points. John Hasdevac came in second, but he is well behind Syvertson. But he is trying to hold off Michael Walsh, who is just 24 points back of him for second place. On the women's side, Claire Traynor came in with the lead, but she suffered a back injury and is not competing in these final 2 events, which means Stacy Marino is in line to take the championship. Marino coming in second place overall with 696 points. April Payne is right behind her at 668, and then is Kelly Abney at 628.
So all of a sudden it has become Stacey Marino's game to win. Never want to see somebody go out with an injury, and we were actually really looking forward to this battle between Stacey Marino and Claire Trainer right at the end here. Our well wishes go to Claire Trainer. I hope everything's okay.
Claire Trainer having to withdraw from the competition, and that woman, Stacey Marino, now becomes your overall leader coming into this event. Marino has been pretty consistent through this entire weekend, only 2 finishes outside of the top 10. Has yet to win an event, though. The final heat of the final event of what has been a really fun 4-day competition. We've had some great finishes so far already.
So many fast, exciting races.
30 seconds.
Such a perfect final 2 events to end the weekend. This thruster race right here has been so much fun to watch.
The weight on the barbell for the men, 95 to 135 to 185. For the women, 65 to 95 to 125 pounds.
3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. 5 reps to open up. Hasselback for the men is the first one to the second barbell. For the women, it was Jess Kraisman in lane 19 with the far end of the floor. And now Hasselback and Davino Stewart to the barbell at the same time for their final sets. And we had a close finish for the men. For the women, Kraisman's going to win her heat.
Wow.
Right around 30 seconds, Bill.
30 seconds for everybody to be done is what
Obviously, that was a slow heat, right?
It was a really close finish for the men. We'll have to wait and see who actually won that race. But the heats towards the far end of the floor, Alan Joyner in lane 4, I think, was one of the first men across, which wouldn't be shocking as good as that guy is with a barbell in his hand.
Yeah, give that guy a barbell, he's going to throw it around. But I was really amazed at Hasselback, where he came in diving for the button. Same thing with Michael Walsh, exact same thing. Moved the barbell so well, and then kind of shocking the fact that we saw David Syvertson was not in the top 3 or 4. He was more like around 8th in that set.
So fun to have an event that comes down to hundredths of a second as far as the finish goes.
Now we have that 90-second rest. Alan Joyner did win for the men, 24 seconds. For the women, Jess Kraisman got in 26.7. Now we get set for the 11th and final event, the bar muscle-ups, the thrusters, and the overhead tsunami bag lunge.
We just got class in our last workout. We're gonna go French kiss ourselves. I don't want to say what they said on the workout. This floor is hot for us.
As we get set to start this event, we'll keep an eye for the men on lanes 6, 7, and 8. That's where Davino Stewart, Gavin Burkett, and Michael Walsh are. The 3 of them still in contention for 3rd place overall here. John Hasselback, with that effort, helped solidify his hold on 2nd place overall. David Syverson was comfortably in 1st coming into these back-to-back events. So again, lanes 6, 7, and 8 for the men.
And I really think for those 3 guys, it's going to come down to who can do those bar muscle-ups and really push them along all 3 rounds.
3, 2, 1, go!
We are underway now. Coming into these back-to-back events, Walsh and Burkett were tied with 606 points. Domino Stewart had 588. So Stewart has got to finish ahead of those two if he wants any chance of moving into third place overall.
Well, right in the middle of look at the middle of the screen. Mike Walsh, did you see how high he was coming up on those bar muscle ups? There was no push at all, which is going to be great, because that's going to save his arms when he has to go for that lunge with that tsunami bag overhead.
15 thrusters at 95 pounds for the men, and then they move to the tsunami bag. Again, the race is in 6, 7, and 8 for the third and final spot on the podium. And in lane 8, Michael Walsh is ahead of Stewart and Burkett right now. Hasevac moving to the bag on the right side of the screen for the first time. Now here comes Walsh.
Walsh getting that locked up overhead. You can see his arms are locked out. Just has to keep marching forward to try to stay up close with Hasevac, staying well ahead of the other two guys that are trying to take his spot. First round, these guys are really pushing the tempo hard. And here's the thing, we see them really start to break down on the thrusters, so they really need to be careful at the tempo at which they do this next set of thrusters.
And let's go over to the women's side now, Annie, where it is neck and neck for the first place position here in this heat. Lane 16, Rachel Sessa is your leader.
But like you said, Sean, all of these women are pretty much right in the same spot of this event, except for Stacy Marino. She's actually the last lady back to the bar, even though she's on the top of the leaderboard. But we've seen in a lot of these races, it's not the first round where you're gonna win it. It's their second and third round.
Sessa moving back to the barbell for the second time. She is in the lead and on her second set of 15 thrusters. Also in lane 14, here comes Kelly Abney. And Abney, because Trainer withdrew, now finds herself in position to finish on the podium.
And she's only 10 points ahead of Meg Garrett, so it's super important for Kelly Abney to stay ahead of Meg Garrett, and that's the lady in lane 15 right behind her. Rachel Sessa off of her second round of thrusters and onto her second tsunami bag lunges.
Sessa on her first 25-foot trek down the floor. She'll have to turn around and come back. Let's go back to the men's side of things, where it looks like Michael Walsh is winning the race for the third spot on the podium, Bill.
Michael Walsh is holding his own right now. Clint Russell took over that first place position on the floor with Hasevac that you saw right there, putting the bag down in that second place or third place behind Syvertson. But Michael Walsh is doing exactly what he needs to do by keeping right on the tails of Hasevac. Now Hasevac, we know is a gymnast, we know he has excellent gymnastic skills, but watch the way that Michael Walsh does his bar muscle up. Very impressive. Big hop of the hips, trying to save those arms as much as he can. And again, he's able to keep that same tempo even next to Hasevac, who's right next to him with that gymnastic background.
Michael Walsh ahead of Gavin Burkett and Domino Stewart as he looks to put himself on the podium here at the 2021 Legends Championship. Now back to the barbell for the third and final time. Fourth place in the heat right now, behind Clint Russell, John Hasevac, and David Syvertson. Let's go over to the women's side, where when we left, it was Rachel Sessa who was in the lead.
She is absolutely obliterating this event. You know, the time to beat before her is 5:31, and that was set earlier by Karen Whitney. And right now, Meg Sessa only 4.5 minutes in, and she's done with her thrusters. She definitely has a chance to win this event. Right next to her, though, Jane Shillington has picked up her bag, and it's going to be a lunge to the finish between Rachel Sessa and Janine Shillington.
Sessa and Shillington have completed their first 25-foot trip down the floor. Now they are in a race to close this thing out neck and neck. Sessa and Shillington. Sessa's on the left. Shillington is on the right. Sessa is ahead of Shillington, and Sessa will take the heat. 5:06 unofficially, and here comes Janine Shillington. Over on the men's side, John Hazenak getting set to come across the finish line. He's looking like he's going to wind up in second place overall. Here comes David Syverson for the final time. Syverson is in, and he will wind up on top of the podium. And Michael Walsh looking to wind up in third.
Michael Walsh doing exactly what he needs to do, which was to stay ahead of Burke and Stewart. He's put himself in an absolutely spectacular position for that third place spot. Now we have had a couple other guys hop in there with Russell and also with Joyner, but what a great way to finish for Michael Walsh. I think that solidified his third place spot on the podium.
Back to the women.
You can see Stacy Marino finishing right here. She had a 20-point lead over April Payne, but April Payne has already finished, and there were a few ladies that came in between Stacy Marino and April Payne, so it'll be interesting to see. It almost looked like Stacy was a little too comfortable with that 28-point lead. There was no hurry on that final event, and she could have lost some points between her and April Payne.
And we need to find out how the points shake out with event number 10. But again, Claire Trainer, the overall leader for the women coming in these back-to-back events, withdrew before the day started, which put Marino in first. But as you said, Annie, we don't know if she did enough to stay there after these two events. So it'll be some nerve-wracking minutes as we sort through everything here for the 35 to 39-year-old women. The picture much more clear for the men, as we now have 1 minute remaining, but it looks like just about everybody has finished here.
1 minute remaining. Folks, with just 1 more minute.
In lane 17, it's Janine Shillington.
We thought that was her third round, Sean.
She was
Turns
only
out it
on
was her second round.
It was an exciting race nonetheless. But only one person got between Marino and Payne. So damage control from Marino there with her
Definitely.
finish. So Janine Shillington with 20 seconds to go. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to finish the event, but a great effort to the buzzer here from Janine Shillington.
Look at how fast she's doing those thrusters. It might be influenced by the music that's playing right now.
And with that, the 2021 Legends Championship has come to a close. David Syverson looking to wind up on top of the podium for the second straight time here at this competition. And Stacy Marino may be your winner for the women's age group, giving a flex to the camera there.
She's flexing like she is. Good for her. She earned that flex this weekend.
Syverson flexing on the field here with a dominant performance that he put forth.
I tell you what, he just seems kind of like a smooth criminal. He does so well, but you wouldn't guess it by talking to him or watching him. I mean, talk about flexing. There's no flexing there. He's just humble. Come down, does the job, puts his shirt on, and goes home as champ.
You mean like a gray Toyota Camry, like a Val Vobral?
That's the
maybe
job done.
Maybe a light blue, sky blue, sky blue.
Volunteers for giving their time.
Great job to all of these athletes, all of these Masters athletes this weekend. 4-day competition, 12 events for most of these individuals. I'm tired just watching these guys.
My goodness, totally. You know, what I think is great is we've had a lot of athletes travel from all over just to come to this event. One of the things I forgot to say, and I lost the paper, Michael Walsh told me that he had his grandparents watching his kids, so we can come out here, and he wanted me to say, grandparents are the best. So there you go, Michael Walsh. I'll get it out for you. Grandparents are the best.
They are.
What a fun 4 days here in a competition that I know the Masters community has wanted something like this for a while. The spotlight was all on them, and I don't think it disappointed anybody who either competed, attended, or watched.
Not even close. I think, you know, there's always been people want to sort of put it out there, but no one ever really either drank the Kool-Aid or ate the bait. They never really jumped in. This was a large event, all in, and it was 100% a success. I mean, beautiful setup all the way around. Programming, athletes, races. Annie and Sean, you guys look great. So you guys obviously made it look good.
You're pretty mediocre. You're pretty unphenomenal.
I'm unphenomenal. I'm unphenomenal. But I tell you what, like, they checked the boxes of a great event, and my goodness, it was beautiful.
I agree. The programming was absolutely stellar, I think, and we talked about this all weekend. The way that they showcased the ability of these masters, and they didn't do it by dumbing down the programming, and they didn't do it by doing anything really crazy or weird, which often people feel like they have to do. They did basic stuff that showcased how fit and phenomenal these athletes are.
And think about how this event is growing too. A year ago, they were in like an empty parking lot in Arizona just to get the competition done. Now we have this beautiful setting that you saw here in San Diego, California. First class venue. Really excited to see now where this thing goes in the future.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think they definitely have a great template for Masters competitions to grow of what it's supposed to look like. So hats off to the Legends crew for sure.
You can find the final standings and results for all the divisions at strongest.com. Want to thank the official apparel sponsor of the 2021 Legends Championship, Viore, the official equipment provider of the competition, True Grit. Want to thank Bob Jennings and his entire crew for doing a first-class job of putting this event together and really giving the fans and the athletes a tremendous experience. I want to thank our entire hard-working crew here who got here early and stayed late each and every day to make sure that we could get this stream out to you. It was a blast here in San Diego. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did. For Bill Grundler and Annie Sakamoto and our entire crew here in San Diego, California, you stay classy, Masters community. We'll see you later.